you waiting for? Back to mine, only five. Then we can go all night. Then we can go all night. So if you want me, tell me that I'm the one. Say that you love me too. Kisses don't come for free. So what you waiting for? Back to mine, only five. Then we can go all night. 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 So if you want me, tell me that I'm the one. Say that you love me too. Kisses don't come for free. So what you waiting for? Back to mine, only five. Then we can go all night. Then we can go all night. So if you want me, tell me that I'm the one. Say that you love me too. Kisses don't come for free. So what you waiting for? Back to mine, only
attractive. Would you, I find you very attractive. Would you go to bed with me? I've noticed you around. I find you very attractive. Would you go to bed with me? I've noticed you around. I find you very attractive. Would you, would you go to bed with me? I've noticed you around. I find you very attractive. Would you go to bed with me? Would you go to bed with me?
Go! 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 Bed. Go! After ready, rock, 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 rock. Let's rock, 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 rock. After ready, go! Rock, 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 rock. Let's rock, 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 rock. Let's rock, 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 rock. Let's rock, 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 rock. After ready, go! Let's rock, 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 rock. Let's friends beside you. Every now and then send a prayer up, 'cause the devil's 2 steps behind you. And count your lucky stars, the trouble don't come and find you. So step into the ring, brother, crack another smile. There's only gonna be one standing.
Welcome back, Drift fans. It's time for round 3 of the Slidaholics Virtual Comp. And tonight, we're throwing it down on the fast and technical layout of Sequoia Park. I'm your host and commentator, D Skids. And you already know, we're in for another night of high speed, high angle, and door-to-door action. And along co-hosting with me, I have Jamal D.
What's up, everybody?
Drivers are once again putting it all on the line in the BDC Street V6 Beta Vehicle Pack, and with our single elimination bracket, there's no room for mistakes. Every battle is make or break. Only the best will move forward. All in pursuit of the series championship and that cash prize at the end. Here's the big news for tonight. 50% of all the tips sent during this stream will be added directly to tonight's prize pot. That's right, your support doesn't just keep the stream going, it directly boosts the stakes for the drivers competing tonight. Want to see an even bigger payout for the winners? Drop a tip, and let's make the prize pot something to fight for. A massive shout out to our sponsors. Renspec Wraps, bringing style and precision to every build. Hartman Comfort Solutions, keeping you comfortable on and off the track. Seven Oaks Coffee, powering our drivers and viewers with top-tier caffeine. And Drift Corpus, organizing some of the best drift events around the Houston, Texas area. And now, let's get some hype in the chat. Spam some emojis, because round 3 of the Slidaholics virtual competition starts now. Let's fucking go. That's right, MB. Let's go. Looks like first up on our ballot tonight, first into the battles, we're going to have KDM versus RSI Brandon Surratt. Here, let's show the bracket real quick before we get started. Tonight's bracket, our top 32. KDM, RSI Brandon Surratt, first battle. Following up, Castle Piece and Mangus Khan, so on and so forth. Guys, get a good look at that bracket. We'll be popping it up in between the rounds, in between the battles, so you guys can see the progression as we go.
And I believe we're about to start. Good initiation.
And they're off. KDM in the lead position, keeping a nice line, holding that up that first zone. Filling out the second zones. As you guys will notice tonight, judges are going to be more focusing on the chase than the lead. Lead will be having the opportunity to throw down a good line for that chase to follow. It's up to that chase to maintain proximity to get some good points tonight. A couple of tires off there on that last zone there. Coming into the inner clip, nice coverage from both drivers. Chase is keeping a nice proximity on the lead driver. Decent driving out there as they get ready to swap positions.
Good driving from both drivers. I did see Brendan bump a few times at the end there. I wonder if that's going to have any real deciding factors on the judges' minds.
Oh, these boys are going to have to give me a little more time in between, I swear. That transitioned around for you. As now we have RSI Brandon Surratt in the lead position, KDM in chase. Seeing a little bit more of a gap than I had seen from the first round of this battle. Let's see if KDM can close up that proximity. Seems to have done so by the next zones. Decent driving from both drivers. Looks like a couple of tires off in that zone. I wonder if that's going to be a common thing. Common thing tonight, that last zone before that inner clip.
It's like
Looks like a couple of more tires off.
Looks like
Now
KDM was
close
a
out
little
that
bit
battle.
more cautious. Oh, yeah. Brandon, I definitely think he had the proximity on the first one, but KDM looked like he was playing it safe with his proximity, avoiding any bumps.
Usually things are a little sketchy when we first get going. Mind it, we'll work the kinks out as we go. We'll take a look over at the standings and see what the judges have decided. We sit and wait for a decision from our driver, or from our judges. Looks like we're having a debate amongst our judges already. First thing, as we get started into this competition. 215, I apologize for Nightbot beating you up over there for your caps. We'll get that situated. Looks like we have a decision being made.
Looks like Brandon
Surratt. Brandon Surratt
in.
moving on, sending KDM on home. Better luck next time, KDM. Appreciate you coming out. Good driving. Good driving. Next up, that'll bring us to Castle Piece versus Mangus Khan. Mangus Khan. Interesting name. Interesting name. So our next drivers make their way on out. Get a little look at the course. This zone here, I believe we're going to be seeing a lot of tires going out. I think this is going to be a common thing tonight as we move in that last zone before they inner clip, the only inner clip essentially on this track. Leading for some interesting stuff tonight.
Now, the drivers were told in the meeting where they needed to be on these inner clipping zones and all the other ones, so let's see if they can do what the judges want and give them that line that they want. But, as you said, it seems like a lot of people, at least I say a lot, the first two, it seems like they're going off a bit, and in the heat of the moment, I mean, it happens sometimes, but let's see if they can pull it together. I believe we're waiting on Mangus Khan. These are the moments I imagine in my head when we're waiting on somebody to pull up or join the server, that they say, oh crap, I gotta put more oil in the car, this and that. Some of us drive in real life, some of us gotta, you know, prepare before we battle. I just imagine maybe he forgot
I gotta adjust the tire pressure.
Exactly, you know, oh, they're calling you. Oh, give me a minute, I gotta put on my gloves, this and that. And like, alright, cool, hurry up. And he has joined.
All right, driver has joined. We'll wait for him to get up onto the grid, get to the starting line. Let's go on and take a closer look at some of these BDC V6. I believe revision 3 or 4 at this point. Should be close to a final release soon. Okay.
I believe we're still on 2, the same as last round, but that doesn't mean the revision 3 and 4 is out there, or that it's not out there, excuse me. I did see an update already last night.
Good to see that the cars are getting updated as we go along. Appreciate BDC for allowing us to use these cars in the competition as a little bit of a test for the beta cars. All right, and we're going to get on into this next battle. Castle Piece versus Mangus Khan. Castle Piece in the lead position, Mangus and Chase.
Cars have been slapped into gear.
And they are off. Castle Piece in the lead position. Good coverage from both drivers coming into that first zone. Smooth transitions as they work their way across into zone 2. Nice coverage from our lead driver. Looks like Mangus is having to push himself a little bit to keep proximity. Decent coverage from lead, not so much on Chase. Into zone 3, zone 4. Nice smooth transitions as we see from our lead driver. There it is, tires out as we move on in right before that inner clip from our lead. I don't believe we got any tires out though for Mangus Khan, so a little bit better coverage. Oh, little contact in that last outer zone.
Looks like Mangus
see
may
what
have straightened on one point, and then I believe that last zone, both drivers looked a little initial line. Castle definitely had the inner clip right, but I think he transitioned a little bit late and it pushed him a little wide. Let's see if Mangus can clean it up in his lead.
Drivers switch positions. Get ready for them to take on off. Nice zone coverage coming into the first zone from Mangus Khan in lead position. Nice smooth transitions coming into zone 2. Decent proximity being held from Castle Peace. Staying right there, letting Mangus know I'm still here. Decent coverage into zone 3. Coming into zone 4, both smooth transitions from both drivers. Going to make this hard on the judges here. Looks like a little bit of a door tap there coming into that zone. Decent coverage from both. No tires out on that round. Coming into the final zone. Looks like we might have had a little bit of a...
Yeah, it looks like Castle Peace may have contacted him and interrupted his line, but he also straightened after that as well. Let's see how the judges take that.
So we sit and we wait for these judges to make a decision. Chat, let me know how you guys are feeling. How you feeling about the competition going on tonight? Who you think's going to take it all? Give me your best guesses down there in the chat. Who you think is going to take the winning spot tonight? Who's your driver? Appreciate everybody who is joining in on the stream tonight and giving us a tune in, having the Slidaholics virtual comp up on their screen. Appreciate every single one of you. Appreciate all you who have smashed that follow button so far. You're helping support the channel.
Two drivers are just white smoking in the dirt.
Looks like we have a decision being made. Castle Peace moving on, sending Mangus Khan on home. Appreciate you coming out, Mangus. Better luck next time. Looking at the bracket, next up we're going to have Mr. MB Drifts and Team Purple Stogs coming out for a battle. This should be a good one. Two decent drivers coming out to battle it out. Looking forward to see how this one goes. We wait for drivers to make their way to the grid. I'm going to pop the standings up one more time so you guys can get a look at the bracket. If at any point you guys want to see that bracket, exclamation point bracket in the chat, we'll give you the link so you can watch the bracket live yourself.
And
It appears we are waiting for a driver to make their way on up to the starting line. Looks like both drivers have worked it on out. We'll have MB Drifts in the lead position, Team Purple Stokes in chase. Appreciate you, Miss Erica. Appreciate you for tuning on in. Stick around. There's going to be some great drift action coming to your eyeballs. As these drivers take off, MB Drifts in the lead position. Great coverage from both drivers coming into zone 1. Smooth transitions. Great proximity from Purple Stokes. Ooh, wall tap there from MB Drifts into zone 2. Seems to get it worked out, but we'll see what the judges have to say for that.
Team Purple keeping his line regardless of the wall tap.
Absolutely. MB getting himself back into position as they move into zone 4. Stokes keeping great proximity. Great coverage across that zone, moving into the inner clip. Both drivers looking great and smooth through those transitions. It appears that that bump there is going to probably have a significant impact on this first run. Drivers are going to switch positions. Oh, my apologies. I did not transition the names up for you guys. This is what it was. My apologies, guys. Got a lot going on here.
He's only one man.
Yes, one man doing so much. All right, we'll get Team Purple Stokes into the lead position, MB into the chase position. And we'll see how this goes next. The drivers are off. Stokes in the lead position, MB in chase. Smooth transitions coming into the first zone. Great proximity from MB. Decent coverage from both drivers into zone 2, pushing into zone 3. MB straightening out to keep up on that door, bumping his door throughout that transition. Not disturbing Stokes at all. Stokes staying in control. Great coverage from both drivers in that last zone from before that inner clip. Inner clip was covered by both drivers great. Stokes holding his line. Another door tap, it looks like, from MB as they finish out that round. Let's going to be curious to see what the judges are going to have to say about this one. Very, very curious to see what the judges have to say about this one.
Yeah, I
have a
believe
feeling
that. Oh, go ahead, buddy.
I believe that tap in the first run of this battle is going to play a significant role on how this one's going to go. We'll push our way over to the standings and see what the judges have to say.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think MB knew he messed up, and he knew he had to really bring it home on that second heat. So it looks like he did a pretty good job. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I agree. He had a significantly better second run. He really put it down, knowing that he had to with his mess up in the first run.
But also,
exactly as you had stated, will it be enough?
Yeah, Stokes didn't mess up at all. Oh, there we go.
And we have a decision. Team Purple Stokes moving on. Sending MB Drifts on home. Sorry, MB. Better luck next time. Appreciate you coming out and giving it your all. Next up on the bracket, we will have Lecce Monster Media and Hot Boy S13 coming out to give us a battle.
These two drivers should be a pretty good battle. I was driving with Hot Boy yesterday and earlier today, and we had pretty good flow. Lychee, as you guys may remember, he was the winner of the last round. So let's see how this plays out.
The last drivers clear off the server and our new drivers make their way on in. Who do we feel is going to take it all tonight? Let me know who your favorite driver is and who you think's going to take it all. Let's drop it down in the chat. And B coming in saying all good, such is life. Yes, sir. Better luck next time. All you can do is get out, get some more practice in, and keep on chugging. Nice driving out there, though, man. Unfortunate with the wall tap in the first round. Otherwise, that could have definitely went differently. Man, your chase run looked great. Man, you really put the show in. Appreciate you coming out and giving us all something great to watch, man.
Like I mentioned earlier, I like to put these cars in real life situations, so my guess was he broke a rear control arm and it threw him off for the rest of the run. He got it fixed before his next heat, and he really put the fire down to try and bring it home.
Absolutely. Time to get utterly blazed. Absolutely, sir. Cheers to you. Cheers to everybody who happens to you. If you know, you know. See some cheers down in the chat. Let's see some hype for these drivers.
And here comes Hot Boy. Lychee driving the 350Z, taking his time. Probably just putting another quart of oil in the car just to make sure. Checking tire pressures.
I mean,
and he's
high
off.
RPMs, you want to make sure that you're not going to be shy on that oil when you're spinning.
Yes, that's exactly how I blew my 350Z. Never looked back.
So we have both drivers up on and into position. Should have Hot Boy in lead, or excuse me, Lychee in lead and Hot Boy in chase. Looking forward to the show that these drivers are about to bring us. Birthday drinks for my birthday. Happy birthday to Mr. Slidaholics, the man helping put on the show. All right. Lychee in the lead position. Great coverage over zone 1. Decent proximity from Hot Boy. Great coverage into zone 2. Drivers are very smooth looking. This is going to make it hard on the judges. Smooth transitions coming into zone 3. Long carry across that zone. Hot Boy keeping proximity, letting Lychee know I am right here, homie. Ooh, little door tap seems to upset him a little bit. Can he get back in on proximity? Little upset with the tapping. Ooh, another tap, upsetting the lead driver a little bit right there at the finish. Drivers are going to change positions and give her another go. Putting Hot Boy in the lead position. And Lychee, Monster Media in chase.
Let's see
Great
if Hot
driving
Boy
from
can overcome that little bump and straighten that he did.
Yeah, absolutely. Great driving from both drivers regardless in that first heat. Looking forward to see what happens in the second part of this battle. Keeping things interesting.
For those that don't know, there is also a clause for the drivers that if you can tap their door without throwing off their line, for as many times as you tap them, you get $1 extra. Good initiation, both drivers. Filling that zone.
Lychee keeping nice proximity on Hot Boy's doors. Keeping a good distance, but being right there, letting him know, I'm here, homie. I'm here. You're not alone. Smooth driving from both drivers as they transition. Ooh, so looked like maybe a possible single tire out there for Hot Boy on that last zone.
Oh, Lychee went too
Ooh.
wide into the wall.
Too wide and into the wall, giving Hot Boy a clear on run home. Finishing out his run.
And Lychee powered down.
Unfortunate circumstances. Must have had some engine problems, caused him to lose some power going wide and smashing into the wall. Going to be some significant damage on that vehicle.
Yeah,
To the
this
repair
is
shop
why you
that one's
switch to
going.
new tires when you go to your battle. Probably on
take
used
a-
tires.
Let's take a look at what the judges have to say about this one. Waiting for these judges to make a decision. I'd like to take a moment to remind you guys that the Slidaholics Virtual Comp is proudly sponsored by Hartman Comfort Solutions, keeping you cool on and off the track. Drift Corpus, bringing you local events around the Houston, Texas area. Renspec Wraps, keeping all these vehicles looking mighty fresh. And Seven Oaks Coffee, keeping our drivers and viewers highly caffeinated with the best quality caffeine. Pull the bracket back on up and see if our judges have made a decision. Highly Boosted coming in saying the stream looks good. Appreciate it. We're trying our best over here to give you guys great quality content. We've decided to host this competition over on Noise as it becomes ad-free for you guys. No breaks, no nothing, just pure drift content to your eyeballs. Waiting on these judges to make a decision. It seems they're in a debate on how they felt that battle went.
I would assume they're discussing mostly the first run that went. Unfortunately for Lychee, he did go wide. He did hit the wall. Everything was good up until that point. But he also gave up after that. So
Yeah, it seems like he did. He just backed off after, so... I don't know. To me, it seems like there'd been a clear decision for myself, but then again, I am not a judge.
Yep.
It's paying off. Streaming content is fire as always. Much appreciated. Highly boosted. Much appreciated. My man. Appreciate everybody who is tuning into the stream. Make sure to smash that follow button so you guys can stay tuned for more content like this. We will be hosting every round from here on out of the competition over here on Noise. As it is, like I said, ad-free, and the quality is just amazing.
Judges really taking their time.
Yes, the judges are taking their time making a decision, but while we wait, we'll take a look at these BDC V6 cars. Looking great. Loving the look of the Z. Loving the yellow color pop. These vehicles just look good. They do look good.
Yeah.
And only going to get better. Reminder, guys, these are a beta. These are not the finished product. Looks like our judges may have made a decision. Let's transition over and take a look. It appears we have a decision made. Hot boy S13 moving on, sending Liche Monster Media home. Wild. Just a reminder, guys, that Liche was a winner of our past competition. Getting sent home round 1. Did not expect to see that happen. Did not expect to see that happen.
I think there is nothing worse than knowing that you caused yourself to lose the battle. It's one thing if the other person outdrives you. If to make a clear mistake, you know that's fault without anybody else's intervention, then that is what kills me the most as a driver. Especially
next up,
pretty uncharacteristic of him as well.
Wild. Next up on our bracket, we're going to have Joseph JK and Tex-Mex Taz. Joseph JK will be joining up on the lead position, and Tex-Mex and Chase. Looking forward to see this battle as we progress through this top 32. Take a rip around the course. Oh, we got some drivers actually making their way out to the grid. Look at this. Joseph JK in the lead position. Tex-Mex Taz and Chase.
Taz is warming up his tires. He wants to maximize the amount of grip he gets to make sure he can stay where he needs to be. Joseph not doing so this time. He moved back to pits, so I wonder if the tires being cold is going to affect it or if he just simply didn't care.
And they're off. Joseph JK in the lead position. Tex-Mex Taz and Chase. Decent gap there starting as Tex-Mex starts to close the proximity up into zone 1. Great coverage from both drivers. Looked like a tire off there outside of that last zone there from Joseph. Decent coverage from both drivers coming into zone 2. Smooth transitions. Long carry into zone 3. See how the coverage is. Great coverage from both drivers. A little bit of a gap there from Tex-Mex Taz needing to close the proximity coming into zone 4. Both drivers looking great thus far. Ooh, potential door tap there trying from Tex-Mex there in that zone 4 and coming into interclip. Decent coverage from both drivers. Smooth transitions coming into that last zone there. Drivers are going to change positions and give it another battle.
Let's see if Taz can clean it up a little bit. He was falling behind a little bit, but he was also in his run. See if he can smooth it out with being in front.
Tex-Mex Taz now moving into the lead position and Joseph JK falling into chase. Let's see what these drivers have in store for us. Miata go vroom vroom. That it do. That it do. These drivers are off. Wide swing for Tex-Mex Taz coming into the first zone. Good proximity coming from Joseph in the Vroom Vroom Miata. Good coverage from both drivers into zone 2. Great proximity from our chase. Long swing coming into zone 3. Great coverage from both drivers. It's like the lead driver put his tires right on the edge. Couple of taps coming in from Joseph. So give me a couple extra bucks. Ooh, another tap coming into that inner clip. Great coverage in that final zone from both drivers. Smoke fest. Let's see what our judges are going to have to say about this battle.
Good lead line from Taz, but was it enough? Was it enough?
See what the judges have to say.
Drivers are in a standoff. The Miata taking his top off, screaming, "Let's party." .6 liters of fury.
Looks like we have a decision. Joseph JK moving on, sending Tex-Mex Taz home. Appreciate you coming out and giving it your best. Better luck next time. Next up, we're going to have Garage Bang Bang and Slow Boy Garage giving us our next battle.
That was probably the quickest call we've had so far.
So far, yeah, I'd say the judges made a pretty quick call on that one. You know, I guess in comparison to the few battles we've had before, so.
Yeah, and with all respects, in comparison to Leachy hitting the wall and destroying himself. Boy getting his tires warmed up.
We'll have Garage Bang Bang as the lead driver and Slow Boy Garage in chase. All right, guys, let's get this battle going. Looking forward to the drift action we're about to see. Garage Bang Bang in the lead position. Slow Boy Garage in chase. Wait for both drivers to take off. Team Purple Stokes coming in with a cheer. For Garage Bang Bang. Let's go. Cheers for Garage Bang Bang. That's who I'm assuming is your driver for tonight, Stokes? That's your driver tonight? Big hand clap.
The Kooky versus the Zinky. Who's gonna win it? Same hood, pretty much same fenders, different body kit. Maybe it's the same. One has blast pipes, one has a HKS super power high dragger exhaust.
That's my boy, says Stokes. Hell yeah. Highly boosted coming in with 100 cheer. Well deserved. Much appreciated, sir. Much appreciated. Appreciate all the cheers, subs, or anything that comes in tonight, as it does help support the stream. It is greatly appreciated. Not expected, but greatly, greatly appreciated. Drivers are off. Garage Bang Bang in the lead position. Taking off like a rocket. Slow Boy Garage keeping that proximity. Good coverage from both drivers coming into zone 1. Couple of tires off right after the zone. Getting close to that wall. Bang Bang staying right up on the wall. Great coverage from both drivers. Slow Boy Garage keeping great proximity. Getting close. See if we can get us a couple of door taps. Good coverage from Garage Bang Bang in that last zone there. Ooh, tires off. Looked like might have been 2 in that last zone. Coming into the inner clip. Great coverage from both drivers. And coming into our final zone, great coverage from Garage Bang Bang. Slow Boy Garage outside of the zone, but keeping proximity. These drivers are going to switch positions and give her another go. Kapula, yes we are. Yes we are. Noise. It has been noise. Stay tuned, we've got some great drift action to come to your eyeballs. Putting down a great stream and a nice long one today. Stay tuned for all the great action you're gonna see. Slow Boy Garage now in the lead position. Garage Bang Bang and Chase waiting for these drivers to take off. Slow Boy Garage taking off. Great coverage into the first zone. Garage Bang Bang looking to struggle to try to keep up with proximity here. But who the hell am I saying? He gets right back up on his door into zone 2. Ooh, all tires out for zone 3 from Slow Boy Garage. Bringing Garage Bang Bang to carry it on out. We have a switch in positions. Garage Bang Bang now in lead position. Taking over for the chase. And finishing out the rest of that battle.
The green S14 started, the green S14 ended.
Curious to see what the judges are going to have to say about that one. Like a pretty clear decision to me. Pretty clear decision to me. Let's see what the judges have to say.
See how quickly they can come up with a decision.
And that decision has been made. Garage Bang Bang moving on, sending Slow Boy Garage on home. Decisions have been made. Judges have made decisions. Good job, Slow Boy. Appreciate you on coming through. Next up on our bracket, we're going to have Crux versus Bun Shiesty. This is going to be a hell of a battle. Going to be a hell of a battle. Stowe coming in saying, let's go. Jordan saying, let's fucking go. That's right. That's right. Let's get hype. Let's see the hype in the chat. Let me know who your guys' favorite drivers are so far. Let's give a big round of applause to every single driver that's going to be participating tonight. They're giving it their all to give you guys some great entertainment today on this fine Sunday evening. Looking like we've had a update to the bracket. I'm going to transition on over. Looking like Crux catching a bye. Must have been some vehicle issues for Bun Shiesty. So we're going to be moving on to the next battle.
I will be back, chat.
Keep this bracket up for a moment as we wait for our next drivers to make their way into the server and into their grid position. So next we are going to have Sifu Jamu and Jeremy Weirgs. Sorry if I slaughtered this, my apologies, but we're just going to go with Jeremy. Jeremy and Sifu coming up for a battle. So we wait for the drivers to make their way out to the grid. round of applause. Yes. We appreciate everybody who's tuned in, tabbed up, doing the cheers. Anybody who subs. Reminder, guys, any tips that come through tonight for the stream, 50% of that is going directly into the driver's pot for tonight. You guys can do your part by increasing the driver's pot and giving them a bigger pot to fight for. Give them something to fight for. All right, on our starting line, Sifu Jamu in the lead position, Jeremy in chase. And the drivers are off. Come on, grab it. There we go. Sifu Jamu in the lead position. Great coverage into zone 1. Jeremy keeping decent proximity as we move into zone 2. Long carry, good coverage from both drivers. Jeremy looking to slow off a little bit. Ooh, straightening out to try to keep proximity. We want to see a little bit more angle in these drift comps. Come on. Great coverage from both drivers coming into that last zone there. Zone 4, good coverage from both drivers. Great proximity from Jeremy, keeping right on Sifu's door. Coming into the inner clip. Coming into our final zone. Smooth transitions from both drivers. Sifu carrying it out. These drivers are going to change positions and give us another go. Giving the judges a hard time. Both drivers giving a great performance. But it's all going to come down to this next battle right here. Is there any pot in the pot? There may possibly be, you never know. As these drivers take off, Jeremy in the lead position, Sifu in chase. Wide angle coming into zone 1. Sifu keeping nice proximity. Nice door tap. Carrying in through both have decent coverage through zone 2. Coming into zone 3, wide transitions. Both drivers. Sifu staying on his door. Great coverage from both drivers. Both looking very smooth, giving the judges a hard time. Going to give them something to look, something to really look at, figure out who's taking this battle home. Coming into zone 4, decent coverage from both drivers. Wide angles. Ooh, look like we may have had missed coverage from the lead driver on that inner clip. Coming into the final zone, both drivers getting decent coverage. Curious of what the judges are going to have to say for that one. Minor mistakes from both in their lead and chases. Be curious to see what these judges have to say. So we wait for our decision from the judges on the Sifu and Jeremy battle. Next up on the next battle is going to be TPR Mike and Herbie Media. TPR Mike and Herbie Media. I'm betting all of my noise coins on Herbie, coming from 215. Nice. Let's go, Mike. Go get him, Tiger. That'll be our next battle. We're waiting on a decision from our judges between Sifu Jamu and Jeremy. Who's going to be moving on to round 2? And who's going home sad? We'll find out here soon. Herbie Media is noise. Yes. All the drivers are putting on a very noise performance. Looks like we may have gotten a decision. Let's take a look over at our standings. And a decision has been made. Sifu, Jamu moving on, sending Jeremy on home. Better luck next time, Jeremy. Appreciate you coming out and giving it your all and giving us a great performance. Hopefully we'll see you around on the next competition. Better luck next time. Appreciate you coming through.
Exactly. Give me a second.
These next drivers make their way out to the grid, to our starting position. Next up, we are going to have TPR Mike in the lead position and Herbie Media in chase.
Trying to get back in there as quickly as I can.
TPR Mike in the lead position, Herbie Media in chase. Going to be a great battle. Looking forward to it. Mole Man, Herbie Media for president of Noise. Team Purple Stokes saying kill it, Mike. Appreciate them cheers, gentlemen. Appreciate the cheers. Herbie is the most noise on noise. Incorrect. I am the most noise on noise. But I'll give Herbie second.
You can be nice, Herbie can be nice.
That is so... Nightbot, chill out. They're just being hype. Settle down. Garage Bang Bang saying, let's go. Big Mike, let's go. And they are off. Woo. TPR Mike in the lead position. Wide swing. Herbie closing up that proximity. Ooh, both straightening out. What is going on here, boys? Come on, let's continue it out. Let's go, let's go.
Oh,
A quick turnaround. What is going on here?
Restarting? Did he lose?
Confusion? Confusion.
Hey, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Maybe they.
All right, I guess we're just doing a quick reset.
Fall.
Just kidding. Practice run.
Yeah, we're just getting our launches down. So they may have gone before Josh actually told them to go. There was a little talk of, hey, do we go by ourselves or are you going to call us? So maybe that was the issue.
All right, understood. Little communication error between drivers and the event host. That's all right.
Some of the drivers haven't
happen.
been in any of the previous rounds, so maybe they just don't know that so far.
That is okay. We'll work out the kinks as we go. Usually the top 32 is a little bit of a mess, but then once we get into the 16 and there on out, it's pretty much smooth sailing from there going, so stick around, guys. We've got some great drift action coming to your eyeballs here as we push through our top 32 and move our way up into the top 16. We're about, what, halfway through our top 32 right now.
I like Herbie keeping the lights on.
Tiger saying, go make Tiger proud, Mike. You got this, bro. And the drivers are off. TPR Mike in the lead. Herbie Media in chase. Right, nice wide transitions coming into zone 1. Great proximity from Herbie Media and Chase. Great coverage through zone 2 from both drivers. A very nice lead run coming from TPR Mike, making a very easy chase. Herbie getting up on his door. Curious if we'll see some taps. Ooh, looked like you might have seen some tap there.
You called it. Oh,
Ooh,
a little bit too much of an angle.
too much angle, slowing him down. Herbie having to go super straight to get back into proximity. Decent coverage through that final zone from both drivers. They're going to switch positions and we're going to see what's going to happen. It ain't over yet.
Now I did notice Mike from Team Purple on the third outer zone. He did just brake and kind of keep that on there the whole way. Let's see if that takes away any points from him or not. It's not necessarily a slowdown zone, but you are allowed to press your brakes just to kind of hold your line. But it looked like he did it through the whole turn. See if that has any effect on anything.
We wait for the drivers to take off for the second round of this heat, or the second heat of this battle. Appreciate everybody who's joining in. These drivers are taking off. Herbie Media in the lead position, TPR Mike in chase. Wide transition for zone 1. Great coverage from both drivers. Nice proximity from Mike in the chase position. Looking very smooth now going into zone 2. Looks like we might have had some rub there from TPR Mike, letting Herbie know, hey homie, I'm here, I'm on your door. Great coverage from both drivers going into zone 3. Smooth transitions into zone 4. Long transition there. Looks like tires right on the edge. Both making decent coverage of that inner clip. Carrying it around for the final zones. Both drivers looking great.
That was a better run from both drivers on that one.
Absolutely. Giving the judges a hard time, not making it easy on the judges. Let's take a look over at our standings. Let's see what our judges have to say. Looking for a decision between TPR Mike and Herbie Media. The next bracket up is going to be Ferbs and Lugo Drifts.
Mike just doing a parade lap, because why not? We're still waiting on a decision. Huh,
Looks like we have a decision that has been made. Team Purple, Mike, moving on, sending Herbie Media home. Better luck next time. Appreciate you coming out and giving it your all. Nice job. Hopefully we'll see you on the next one. Next up on our bracket, we're going to have Ferbs in the lead position and Lugo Drifts in chase. Garage Bang Bang coming in with a cheer. Great runs, boys. Hell yeah. 215 saying Herb is noise. Best of luck, fellas. Herb getting sent home on that one. Team Purple Mike moving on. As we move into these next drivers up on the bracket, we're going to have Ferbs in the lead driver position and Lugo Drifts in chase.
It'll be right back.
Best of luck to all the drivers competing tonight. Looking forward to all the action that these drivers are going to be bringing us, giving us some entertainment on this Sunday evening. Big shout out to all the drivers. Let's see some W's in the chat for every single driver competing tonight. Regardless of position, you all are winners at bringing us some entertainment. Appreciate all of you. And the drivers are off. Lugo drifts, or excuse me, Ferb's in the lead position. Lugo drifts and chase. Nice wide transition. Smooth from both drivers going into zone 1. Lugo keeping nice proximity on Ferb's doors. Smooth going into zone 2. Nice wide coverage from Ferb's in that lead position. Making a nice easy chase for Lugo. Nice long transition going into zone 3. Lugo still on the door. Potential bumps. He's right there. Some door taps coming into inner clip. Moving into the final zones. Great transitions from both drivers. Maybe a potential tire out from Ferb's in that final zone. Curious to see what the judges will have to say for this. Drivers are going to switch positions and move to the second heat of this battle. Lugo drifts now in the lead position, and Ferb's in chase. Drivers are off. Lugo drifts in the lead position. Nice swing as he carries a long transition into zone 1. A quick flick. Very smooth coming into zone 2. Great proximity from Ferb's right on Lugo's door. Staying on his door as they go into the transition into zone 3. Nice wide carry. Right on the edge of the grass. As they push into zone 3. Decent coverage from both drivers about mid-zone of zone 3. Pushing a long transition into zone 4. Looks like we had some contact from the chase driver. Decent coverage on inner clip. So we move into the final zone. Decent coverage. Smooth transition from both drivers. Nice proximity from the chase. Not making it easy on these judges. Curious to see what they're going to have to say. Move on over to our bracket and see what they have to say.
Looks like I'm having some problems with my PC on my end. Let me try and give it a restart and I'll be right back.
No worries. Both drivers patiently waiting for the judges to make their decision. Great performance from both the drivers. W's to everyone competing tonight. Appreciate all you guys giving us something exciting to watch. It appears we may have a decision been made. Transition on over. It appears Ferb's moving on, sending Lugo drifts on home. Nice job, Fervs. Moving on into the next round. Lugo, better luck next time. Appreciate you coming out and giving it your all. Hopefully we see you in on the next one. Next up on our bracket, we're going to have Fresh Vibes for Fresh Vibes 240, but I believe it's 420. Fresh Vibes and Logan Cull next up on the bracket. Drivers making their way out to the starting grid. We'll have Fresh Vibes in the lead position. Logan Cull in the chase. This is going to be a battle to watch. Going to be a nice battle to watch. Little past the halfway point in our top 32. Appreciate everybody who's been tuning in. Make sure to smash that follow button so you guys can stay tuned for more content to follow. All the drift and driving madness over on the D-Skids channel over here on Noise. Proudly your sponsored channel for the Slidaholics Virtual Comp. Bringing it to your eyeballs, your earlids. Fresh Vibes in the lead driver position. Logan Cull in chase. Two different tones of yellow. Color matching. We tried to color match, but we were off. Noble Hero, appreciate you joining. Stick around, we've got some great drift content for you as we push through the Slidaholics Virtual Comp, round 3. At Sequoia Park, Fresh Vibes in the lead position, Logan Cull in the chase. Looks like these drivers are about ready to take off. Fresh Vibes 420. Tires off coming into zone 1. Logan keeping great proximity. Coming into zone 2. Decent coverage from both drivers. Great coverage into zone 3. Decent coverage, great proximity from Logan in the chase position. Coming into zone 4, pushing our way into the inner clips. Minor coverage from both drivers. Looks like maybe a possible tire out for Fresh Vibes into that final zone. Drivers are going to switch positions and run it back. Logan Cull now in the lead driver position, and Fresh Vibes in chase. Drivers are off. Transitions coming into zone 1. Great coverage from both drivers. Ooh, tires out for Logan right after the zone 1. Pushing into zone 2. Decent coverage from both drivers. Great proximity coming from Fresh Vibes, staying on Logan's door. We push our way into the zone 3. And pushing into zone 4. Great transitions from Logan. Both smooth transition from both drivers. Zone 4 pushing into inner clip. Let's see how the coverage is. Better coverage from Logan this time around. Ooh, a little contact mushing into that next run. Unfortunate contact there right towards the end of that heat. We'll see what the judges have to say about that one. Waiting on a decision from Fresh Vibes 420 and Logan Cole's battle. Fix the audio for you guys, my apologies. That should put me back in both of your ears. Appreciate you, thumbs. Looks like a decision has been made. Logan Cole moving on to the next round, sending Fresh Vibes home. Fresh Vibes, appreciate you for coming out. Appreciate you giving it your all. Better luck next time. Hope to see you on the next competition. Logan, congrats on moving on to the next round. Up next, we're going to have Jordan versus RSI Kevin. The next battle to be had. The previous drivers clear off the track and make room for our next contestants to make their way out to the grid. The Slidaholics Virtual Comp, proudly sponsored by Hartman Comfort Solutions, keeping you cool on and off the track. Drift Corpus, bringing you localized drift events around the Houston area. Renspec Wraps, keeping all the vehicles looking fresh. And Seven Oaks Coffee, keeping our viewers and drivers with the best and quality caffeine. Waiting on Jordan and Kevin to make their way on up to the grid. Hopefully we don't have any vehicle issues. I'm gonna pop the bracket up one more time so you guys can get another view of it as we're coming down to the last few final battles in our top 32, making way for the top 16. We will take a short break in between the top 32 and the top 16. There will be about a 15-minute break to allow drivers to use the restroom, get a snack, anything like that. Shake out the nerves and get ready for the top 16. There will be a short break in between. Nice overview of our track. Some of the drivers start to make their way out to the grid. Woo! Drone got crazy there for a second. Got wild. Let's get these drivers' names up on the boards for you guys. Jordan in the lead driver position. Kevin going to be in chase. Looking forward to the battle. This should be a good one. And the drivers are off. Jordan in the lead position. Kevin in tow in chase. Smooth transitions coming into zone 1. Great proximity from Kevin. We make our transitions over into zone 2. Both boys keeping it nice and smooth. Great coverage from both drivers. Kevin keeping on proximity. Reminder that this comp's going to be won from that chase position. Great proximity. Moving into zone 3, coming into zone 4. Decent coverage from both drivers. Putting the tires right on the edge of the grass. Great coverage from the chase driver on the inner clip. Coming into the last final zone. Decent coverage from both and great proximity from Chase. These drivers are going to switch positions and run the next heat of this battle. Not making it easy for the judges. But we shall see what this next heat has in store for us. Drivers are going to change positions, putting Kevin into the lead position and Jordan into chase. All about that drift life. Shoutouts to Slidaholics for putting on this event, getting these drivers together to give us some entertainment on this Sunday. Drivers are off, Kevin in the lead position, Jordan and Chase as they rip and take off into zone 1. Great coverage for the lead driver into zone 1. Jordan having to chase up and straighten out to keep proximity. Zone coverage is looking great from both drivers into zone 2. Smooth transitions. Jordan keeping great proximity right on the bumper. Moving into zone 3. Great transitions into zone 4. Coming and pushing around. Moving into the inner, or last outer, coming into the inner clip here. Decent coverage from the chase driver. Kind of mimicking what I had saw from the first round of this heat. Or the first heat of this battle, excuse me. And a little love tap there at the end. Curious to see what these judges are going to have to say about this battle. Take it on over to the bracket and see what the judges have to say. Between Jordan and RSI Kevin, who's moving on to the next round? Looking forward onto the next bracket. Our next battle will be between Golden Boy and NW Thumbs. Four battles left in our top 32. 4 battles in the top 32 left.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Thought my TV broke. Apparently.
Waiting on these judges to make a decision between Jordan and RSI Kevin. There's decent runs between both heats of their battle. These judges definitely have their work cut out for them. Yes, Jordan Patton and RSI Kevin.
Yeah, those guys drive together. They drive together often, and Kevin, not for nothing, just came back from, I believe, Thailand not too long ago, competing in their actual drift series over there, and BMW M3. He went up against big names like Daigo Saito and a few other people, and he killed it. I think he got third, if I'm not mistaken, him and his team. So he's doing big things all across the globe.
Shoutouts to RSI Kevin. Competing not only IRL, but throwing it down for us in this virtual comp here today on this Sunday for you guys.
Yeah.
Looks like the judges are in a heavy debate as we have no decision made yet. How we feeling about the competition, chat? How are we liking the action so far? Who you think's taking it all home? Drop your choices down there in the chat. Let me know. Shoutouts for your favorite drivers. Let them know you're here representing them. Here to support them. Shout them out in the chat. As it appears as... Do we have an OMT?
One more time.
Do we have an OMT?
First one of the comp. Appears so.
Appears we have an OMT. Putting Jordan in the lead position and RSI Kevin in chase. First OMT of the night. Apologies for not having the names up on the screen, but Jordan in the lead position, Kevin in chase. Great coverage from both in zone 1. Great proximity from Kevin in the chase position as they move through zone 2. Moving into zone 3 for this long transition here into zone 3. Great coverage from both drivers, both keeping it right up on tight to the grass. Proximity is looking great from Kevin in the chase position. Good coverage from both drivers into zone 4. Moving in through zone 5, pushing their way into the inner clip. Great coverage from both drivers on the inner clip. Smooth transitions from both, moving their way into the final zone. Little contact from Kevin in the chase position as these drivers are going to switch positions.
That contact didn't look like it threw off Jordan's line at all, but you could tell both drivers did not want to do a one more time after this. They want to win.
That's it. They want to take it home. First run. Let's go. All right, drivers switching positions for this OMT. Putting Kevin in the lead position and Jordan in chase. They both move into zone 1. Great coverage from Kevin into zone 1. Proximity looking great from Jordan. They are not going to make this easy on the judges. But the judges are going to be forced to make a decision this time, as they only get one more time. Great coverage through that last zone from both of the drivers. Great proximity from Jordan. Keeping right up on Kevin's door as they push into zone 5. Decent coverage from both. Moving in now to the inner clip. Great coverage from our lead driver. Pushing in through our final zone. Smooth transitions from both. Great coverage from the lead driver on our final zone. It's all in the judges' hands now. All in the judges' hands now.
See how this plays out.
Got Jordan doing burnouts around Kevin.
Oh, you know what that means? Just like Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, he's going to have to give him his phone number.
Let's take a look on over at our standings and see who took it home. And it appears we have a decision. RSI Kevin moving on to the next round, sending Jordan packing. Better luck next time. Great performance from both drivers. Better luck next time, Jordan. Appreciate you for coming out. Hope to see you in the next one. It was a great performance. Kevin moving on to the next round into our top 16. Highly Boosted saying RSI, FDW. Kevin with the better lead. Jordan better chase. Hartman coming in saying such a good battle. Kevin was just a tad more consistent, but damn it, I'm glad I'm not a judge. I agree. I am glad I am not a judge either. Making these decisions hard on these judges. Next battle we're going to have up is going to be a Golden Boy and Thumbs. Golden Boy in the lead position. Thumbs in chase.
Golden Boy and Thumbs. So Nathan is on track.
Great battles. Great battles. Looking forward to what we have in store for us for the top 16. Yes, it was definitely a battle and only a preview of what's to come. Exactly, Highly Boosted. You know what's happening. If it's this good in the top 32, just wait for what the 16 and the grade 8 have to offer. Golden Boy in the lead position. Thumbs in chase. These drivers are off. Golden Boy in the lead position. Great flow, great transitions going into zone 1. Keeping things pretty smooth. Thumbs a tad bit out of proximity for my... Ooh, but as I say that, he closes it up into zone 2. Decent transitions coming into this long stretch for zone 3.
Very shallow angle on Golden Boy.
Moving into zone 4. Smooth transitions from both drivers. Would like to see a little bit deeper coverage. Right on the grass. Moving in for the inner clip. Decent coverage from both drivers. Golden Boy keeping nice proximity. Appears, Thumbs keeping good proximity. Golden Boy having to straighten angle a little bit in a few positions to kind of seem like could have had a little bit more angle, in my opinion.
Yeah, respectfully to both drivers, neither run was amazing on that one. I think
drivers are going to... Yes, drivers are going to switch positions, putting Thumbs into the lead driver position and Golden Boy in chase. Curious to see what the second heat of this is going to have to offer. Long transition coming into zone 1. Decent coverage from both drivers. Better proximity from Golden Boy. Starting to trail off there, though. They push through into zone 3. Looks like both were heavy on the brake. Golden Boy having to straighten out very heavily. Looks like tires out possibly for Thumbs in that last zone there. Decent coverage on the inner clip. Ooh, Golden Boy falling out into that last zone.
So
Potentially giving this battle. It's a potential of giving the battle. Who knows? We'll see what the judges have to say about that one. Respectfully, both drivers, I'd like to see a better performance.
Right.
But hey, who am I? I'm not driving.
So without being a judge, I think Nathan might have it. It seemed like Golden Boy was kind of minimal angle to maximum angle in a few different spots when he should have had been at max angle or respectively in the middle the whole time. So
all right, looks like we may have a decision. Let's take a look over at the bracket. Thumbs moving on, sending Golden Boy on home.
Called it.
Judges coming in with a pretty quick decision on that one. Next up on our bracket, we are going to have Larry Death Matador and Tigio. My apologies and the coughs. Next up, Larry Death Matador and Tigio.
Both drivers are moving to the line.
Larry Death Matador in the lead position. Tigio in chase. After this battle, we only have 2 more remaining in our top 32, and then we will be taking a short break in between to give drivers a chance to shake out their nerves, get a snack possibly, use the restroom, before we move into the top 16. 15-minute break in between the top 32 and the top 16. During that time, I invite all of you viewers to get in on the chat and discuss how you felt the top 32 has gone so far. As I, your host, I will be active in the chat during our break. Appears we are waiting for these drivers to get moving. Larry Death Matador in the lead position. Tigio in chase.
Here we go.
Looks like these drivers are off. Decent runs, nice long transition into zone 1. Looking smooth from both drivers. Tigio keeping a great proximity. Potential door bumps? Who knows? Great transition into zone 2. Long transition going into zone 3. Both drivers keeping it nice and smooth. Great coverage from both. Great proximity from Tigio. Pushing into zone 4. Larry right up on the wall. Right up on the grass, coming into zone 5, pushing decent coverage from both drivers on the inner clip, pushing into our last zone. Great proximity from Tigio, giving the judges a hell of a job. These drivers are going to switch positions and give us the second heat of this battle.
Chase be as good as Tigio's.
Well, we're going to find out here shortly. Tigio now in the lead driver position, Larry in chase. Little contact coming into zone 1 from Larry on Tigio's door. Smooth transitions now coming into zone 2. Ooh, Tigio hitting the wall sending him for a loop.
Looks like it's Larry.
Larry going to finish out his run.
Giving the stream a show just for the sake of it.
Finishing out those last zones, the last inner clip. Coming into the very last zone, Larry with great coverage right up on the grass, giving a show for you drivers on this last part of this heat. We can go ahead and move on over to the standings. See what our judges have to say. Looking ahead at our next bracket, it's going to be Sama Bam Bam versus SR Nebish.
And Larry advances. That was pretty clear cut and dry. Even though he did hit the wall, it was completely his fault. Larry bumped him, like you said initially, but that was on the turn before. Sometimes when you hit that wall with the hard at an angle, you just go right off like he did.
Shit happens. Better luck next time.
Yeah.
Great performance either way. Congrats to Larry moving on to the next round. Looking at the next bracket, Sama Bam Bam coming up in the lead driver's position. SR Nebish in chase. Looking forward to the battle. We'll have Sama Bam Bam working as our drivers work their way out to the starting grid. Sama Bam Bam in lead, SR Nebish in chase. BC coming in with a cheer. Bunch of green hearts, greatly appreciated. Appreciate you, BC. Much love, showing a little support to the stream. Sama Bam Bam in the lead driver position. Nebish in chase. BC saying, great job, everyone, keep it up. These drivers are off. Sama Bam Bam in the lead position. Nebish in the chase, coming into zone 1. Great coverage from Sama Bam Bam. Nebish keeping decent proximity. Right up on the wall. A little less angle, but right up on the wall for zone 2. Transitioning into the long transition for zone 3. Really extending that one on out. Personally like to see that coverage a little deeper. Zone 4, decent coverage from both drivers. Nebish in great proximity. Pushing in for inner clip, moving on into our last and final zone. Smooth transition from both drivers, great proximity from the chase. Great lead from Sam. These drivers are going to switch positions and run it back.
Looks like Nebish was playing it safe on the... Let's see if Sam Bam Bam does the same, or if he really wants to win it.
As a reminder, guys, these judges are really looking at the chase on this track. Switching positions, putting SR Nibish in the lead driver position and Sam Bam Bam in chase. Ideally, yes, you'd be looking to see Sam be a little bit more aggressive in this chase run if he wants to take it home.
Oh, maybe too aggressive.
Let's see what the rest of this run plays out. Transitions into zone 2, looking great proximity. Some bumps coming from Sam, staying right up on Nibish's door. You're curious to see how much that upset in the first zone plays out. Looks like another bump here into zone 3, pushing into zone 4. Great coverage, another bump, not upsetting the transition, but possibly upsetting Sam himself, putting them a little bit further away into proximity, having to straight line out through the inner clip, pushing in that last zone, bouncing around quite a bit. Great coverage from SR Nibish.
I think Nibish
Curious to see what the judges... Yeah, I'm thinking so, but curious to see what the judges will have to say about this.
He might have played it just safe enough. And...
Yeah, Sam might have been a little too aggressive there.
Yeah, the very first part, he threw it in really hard and almost... Or he threw it in really hard and then he like straightened out a bit. Well, let's see if the judges saw the same. I don't think the bump was kind of... The first one was too detrimental, but like you said, it might have thrown him off more than it threw the lead driver off.
Right. Yeah, I feel like it just caused him to slow up and threw him outside of where he needed to be for proximity for zone.
Yeah, this game, it's weird sometimes. You'll go to bump somebody's door and you feel nothing and everything's great, but the person you're chasing, it feels like they got hit by a sledgehammer. They were just happened to keep their line. Sometimes somebody in your car just feels that way.
Take a look at both of these vehicles as these drivers wait for the judges to make a decision. We'll get a closer look at these BDC V6 models in their current state anyway. Mind you, there are a few, you'll notice a few defects or whatnot throughout. Both drivers dipping out real quick, waiting for a decision to be made. Curious if it'll be ran back or not. Don't think that would really be necessary, but who knows? I'm not a judge. I don't make the calls. I'm just here to tell you what calls are made.
They just didn't want us looking at their cars for the stream, that's all.
Yeah, that was it. Looks like we may have a decision being made. Pushing over to the standings, it looks like SR Nibish moving on, sending Sama Bam Bam home. Appreciate you coming out, Sama Bam Bam. Better luck next time. Great effort, great driving. Unfortunate circumstances. Next up on the bracket is going to be Motobite Matt and Brett the Fink closing out our top 32.
And
Motobite Matt and Brett the Fink. Motobite Matt will be in the lead driver position at Brett the Fink in chase. These drivers are off. Motobite Matt in the lead position. Nice wide transition coming into zone 1. Great coverage from both drivers. Brent a little outside of proximity. Motobite Matt just staying out right up on the wall. Very nice transition coming in through zone 2, coming into zone 3. Nice wide carry. Brent following very shallow, not even hitting the zone. Motobite Matt with a very nice lead. Ooh, 2 tires out coming in through that last zone there. Pushing into the inner clip. Decent coverage from both drivers. Pushing in through our final zone. Brett the Fink finally catching some proximity there at the end of that heat. Drivers are going to switch positions and run it back.
Looks like Brett much angle. too many times and slowed himself down.
Drivers will switch positions. Brent the Fink in the lead driver position. Motobike Matt in chase, bringing us the final heat of the top 32. Drivers are off. Brent the Fink in the lead position. My apologies for the camera right now. Woo! Catching that. Tires out for Brent the Fink in zone 1. Motobike Matt keeping a decent proximity for through zone 1. Smooth transitions coming into zone 2. Seem door tapping coming from Motobike Matt onto Brent's door throughout zone 2. Coming into zone 3, the long stretch. Decent coverage from both drivers. Oh, Brent the Fink hitting the wall. Upsetting him, setting Motobike Matt on to finish out the round. Tires out and very straight angle there through the zone 4 inner clips. Getting contacted from both drivers. Brent the Fink trying to catch back up and get into proximity, at least in a chase from his lead driver's run, but it looking like Motobike Matt is just going to carry it on through and finish out that. Very curious to see what the judge is going to have to say, but I feel like I know the decision on that one.
Seems like it's very
Chat, what are you guys feeling?
I like how he's driving with all the windows down. Allows me to get the drone in and out of his car without going through the window.
We're going to transition on over to our standings and see what our judges had to say. A decision has been made. Motobike Matt moving on to round 2, moving to the top 16, sending Brent the Fink on home. We appreciate you coming out, Brett. Better luck next time. Unfortunate circumstances have taken you out. We look forward to seeing you in on the next one. Congratulations to all the drivers moving into the top 16. Appreciate all the drivers who have came out and participated so far. Great job from everyone. Some are moving on, some going home. It's just the way the game goes. Pre-420 cheers, hell yeah, coming in from Mr. High Class Trailer Trash. We appreciate you. We are going to take a quick 15-minute break in between this round. I invite all you guys to get in on the chat, discuss how you felt the top 32 has gone so far. We're going to give a little break time for these drivers to get some food, use the restroom real quick, whatever it might be, shake their nerves out. And we will see you guys here in roughly about 15 minutes. Appreciate you guys. 15-minute break.
Are you gonna come closer? Are you feeling what I'm feeling? 'Cause your mind is playing tricks on you, and you're trying to figure out what you should do. Run, 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 run as fast as you can. You move too slow. Tell me your plans. I can never lie to you, baby. I can sympathize 'cause you're crazy. Run, 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 'cause you are the man. You put on a show, but I'll hold your hand. I just wanna smell for you, 'cause I got my eyes on you, baby. Run, 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 run. You never lied to you, baby. I can sympathize 'cause you're crazy.
as you can. You move too slow. Tell me your plans. I can never lie to you, baby. I can sympathize cause you're crazy. Run, 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 cause you are the man. You put on a show, but I'll hold your hand. I just wanna smile for you, baby. Cause I got my eyes on you, baby. Run, 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 run.
Had to empty my mind, now I'm affordably. Gave too much of my time, now I'm affordably. Couldn't keep you close, I had to let you go. Aye, yo. They say good things come in freeze, things are better when they're free. People out here I can't please, I feel better doing me. Spend my days on these streets, moving snow like I ski. Destined for the TOP, EMZ, EMZ. She asked me why you so cold, it's better you don't know. But there's peace in my soul, all I need, all I need. Everyone don't need to know, not every story gets told. If you're out here breaking code, stay the fuck away from me. Streets taught me couple things, you will get it how you live. Money can bring happiness, it's all about perspective. It's not all about the drip, grow with your collective. Don't get being feared, confused with being respected. Try to talk to the gang, I got told to be a man. I've been working on myself ever since I was a youth. I felt like I didn't fit, where you're at ain't for you. You'll find somewhere that is. Had to empty my mind, now I'm affordably. Give too much of my time, now I'm affordably. Couldn't keep you close, I had to let you go. Had to empty my mind, now I'm affordably. Give too much of my time, now I'm affordably. Couldn't keep you close, I had to let you go. Life short, but it's the longest thing that you'll ever do. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is what you need to. Don't let no one invalidate what you're going through. Don't be a fool, work on making your life comfortable. Every day we make what? Water whip, water wash. No matter how I spend my change, inside I won't ever change. If you're real, you feel the vibes, we don't need to explain. If it ain't, then it ain't. We don't force, we don't claim. How you think you're gonna grow if you always shift the blame? You think it's real clout, but you're tarnishing your name. You ain't gotta say it just because you thought it in your brain. Think they rapping cause they rhyming, me and them we ain't the same. They say good things come in freeze, things are better when they're free. People out here I can't please, I feel better doing me. Spend my days on these streets, moving snow like I ski. Destined for the TOP, EMZ, EMZ.
I see this life thing, the way I see it. It's all about perspective. Don't let nobody mash up your head with theirs. Free up your mind, free up your life. You know what I mean?
Had to empty my mind, now I'm affordably. Gave too much of my time, now I'm affordably. Keep you close, I had to let you go. Had to empty my mind, now I'm affordably. Gave too much of my time, now I'm affordably. Couldn't keep you close, I had to let you go. Best be careful dancing with the devil. I'm hearing heavy metal when it's ringing off, you hear the rum bum bum. It's a fuck, I'm here, the fiends are feral. Sundown, they're feeling yellow, lighting up the tin and watch it run, run, run. These shit pavements seem bloodstained in this wild, wild west. Contagious, them complaints are inside your chest. Best be careful dancing with the devil. I'm hearing heavy metal when it's ringing off, you hear the rum bum bum.
Giddy up, one for the ravers. Up with the rhythm is so contagious. I'm in a villa with golden faces. I'm talking figures in foreign places. Chopper wage, chopper job a day. Muck and nothing's changed. Dripping in the ore and I'm still abroad with these topless babes. Love it cause I'm. We roll deep in it, dreaming it, creeping the scene with it. We winning. Love it cause I'm real in it. We show skill with it, drill with it. Fuck how you feel, better deal with it. Past the gram, camper van to Amsterdam. That's the plan. I like cash in hand, splash on fashion brands. One time up in Moss Side with some Rasta man. You are the HQ, now it's start to phase 2 like. She's a snack of the month. Autograph my handprint on the back of a bum. Just a little bit of weed and a. You
She went for me slowly. And she act like she know me. Now she act like she want me. And she like karaoke. She went for me slowly. And she pushing up on me. And she act like she know me. And I'm playing along. Now she act like she want me. And she pushing up on me. And she like karaoke. So she singing along. She got me in a hypnosis. 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 She went for me slowly. And she pushing up on me. And she act like she know me. And I'm playing along. Now she act like she want me. And she pushing up on me. And she like karaoke. So she singing along. She went for me slowly. And she pushing up on me. And she act like she know me. And I'm playing along. Now she act like she want me. And she pushing up on me. And she like karaoke. So she singing along. She got me in a hypnosis. 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 She got me in a hypnosis.
This the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. This the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta-ta. DJ Spillis, we be the realest team on the billis. Watch out, I kill it, watch out, I spit it on the mic, feel it. Y'all can't do what I do, just admit it. I'm about to get it, money, money, get it, drop it to the floor. Shake my big bitties, bopping like did it. My face look pretty. Y'all ain't doing shit new, I done did it. Let's spend time with less of bad chick.
Welcome back, Drift fans, to the top 16. Top 16 of our Slidaholics Virtual Comp Round 3. Proudly sponsored by Hartman Comfort Solutions, keeping you cool on and off the track. Drift Corpus, organizing drift events locally around the Houston area. Renspec Wraps, keeping all these vehicles looking real fresh. And of course, 7 Oaks Coffee, keeping our viewers and drivers fueled with the best quality caffeine. Take a look. I'm going to pull up the standings. This is the bracket thus far. Moved on into round 2. Our first battle of the top 16 is going to be between RSI Brandon Surratt and Castle Peace. Looking forward to this. Following down by Team Purple Stokes, Hot Boy S13, Joseph JK versus Garage Bang Bang, Crux versus Seafood Jamu, TPR Mike versus Ferbs, Logan Call versus RSI Kevin, Thumbs versus Larry Death Matador, and Nibish versus Motorbite Matt. All to happen here in our top 16. So we wait for some of our drivers to get loaded into the server and get gridded up. Chat, who do you think's going to take it all? Who's taking it all home tonight? believe we have prizes for what, first, second, and third tonight.
Nice.
Who's taking home the big pot? Who's taking first? Who's taking it all home? Working their ways on out. Gonna have Brandon Surratt in the lead position and Castle Piece in the chase.
I think they may have flipped it.
Yep, appears they may have. It's all right, we can make some quick changes on the fly.
Heads up is always nice, though.
Right. All right, so it's going to be our RSI Brandon Surratt in chase position and Castle Piece in the lead position, pushing into our top 16.
Brandon Surratt getting rid of the hood and the hardtop for the maximum amount of weight loss he can.
My apologies, that actually would have been my fault not paying attention to the seating positions. So yes, Castle should be our lead driver. Brandon Surratt in the chase position. Pushing through to our top 16. Looking forward to getting things started. Battles from this point forward should be starting to become quite fierce. Looking forward to what we'll have in store for our grade 8. Be finding out who's moving on to the grade 8. Our first person moving on to the grade 8 here shortly after this first battle of top 16. Just waiting for these drivers to take off and get things started. Bubble Tiger and what the fuck with Sean. Appreciate you guys for joining the stream. Stick around. We've got plenty of drift action for your eyeballs to witness. Drivers are off. Castle Piece in the lead position. RSI Brandon Surratt in chase, coming in for that first zone. Shallow coverage for that first zone from both drivers. Kind of taking it off the wall there for zone 2. Castle Piece getting close to the wall. Long stretch in here for zone 3. Keeping it real smooth. Surratt keeping great proximity, great coverage from both drivers through that third zone. Moving into zone 4. Great proximity. Looks like a couple of bumps there from Brandon Surratt on Castle Piece's doors. Great coverage from both drivers pushing in on the inner clip. Coming into our final zone. Looks like we may have a possible tire out there in the initial part of that final zone from Castle Piece. Some more door taps from Surratt. Drivers are going to change positions and run it back. Putting Brandon Surratt in the lead position. Castle Piece in chase. Curious to see if Castle Piece is going to be in the same proximity in the chase position as Brandon was, or going to come off as, I guess, as aggressive. Looking so here coming into the first zone. Great coverage from both drivers. Decent coverage in zone 2 from both drivers. Great proximity from Castle Piece. Pushing that long transition into zone 3. Brandon able to hold it a little bit deeper into that zone. Great transitions, smooth from both drivers into zone 4. Pushing outer zone 5, right up on the grass for Brandon. pushing the inner clip. Great coverage from both. Looked like a little bit of upset in Castlepiece's car in that inner zone, or excuse me, inner clip. Transitions were great from both drivers in the outer zone, and a nice door trunk tap from Castlepiece onto Brandon's rear bumper there to finish out the heat. Curious to see what these judges are going to decide and who's going to be the first one to move on into the Great 8 from the top 16. Let's take it on over to the bracket and see what the judges have to say.
Yeah. Both drivers look very, but I think Brandon's chase was a little bit better than Castle's.
Both drivers patiently waiting for the judges to make a decision. The judges are now going to have their work cut out for them. Here on out, these battles are not going to be easy to decide. Chat, what do you guys think? Who took that one? Who do we think is taking this round? It's honestly a pretty big toss-up for myself. I'm thinking Brandon may have taken it. Just from the...
proximity.
I guess just from the proximity, yeah, in the chase run, he was a bit more aggressive, and then just seeing like in the inner clip on Castle's chase, just how he did get great coverage, but he might have had a little bit too deep, and that's seeing the car get upset.
Yeah.
But it appears we may have a decision. Transfer over to the standings, and it appears Castlepiece moving on to the Great 8, the first one of our drivers to move to the Great 8, sending Brandon home for the night. Great performance from both drivers. Curious kind of as to what the final decision might have been on that one to that decision.
Me too. I know he bumped him just a little bit, but I didn't think it was enough to offset his line or anything like that, so maybe they saw something we didn't.
Must have.
There's 3 of them, 2 of us. Battle should be pretty good though.
Yeah, next battle we should have up is Hot Boy S13 in the lead position, and Team Purple Stokes coming up in chase for our next battle. Should be a pretty decent one to watch, so make sure you guys got your eyes peeled right to the stream. This next one's going to be a good one. Highly Boosted coming in saying RSI Kevin to go home with it all. Boosted saying he is Team RSI, sticking with his man Kevin, taking it home. Our drivers have made their way on out to the track. Surratt's still hanging out on the track there in the background. Somebody tow that man's vehicle off the track, please. It appears he may have busted something in the last end of that last run. We can get a technician out there to pull him off the track. There we go. These technicians work quickly. Hot Boy S13 in the lead driver's position. Team Purple Stokes and chase. Garage Bang Bang coming in with a cheer saying, Stokes, bring the thunder, homie. Bang Bang standing in Team Purple Stokes' corner, cheering him on, quite literally. The drivers are off. Woo! Hot Boy S13 in the lead position. Great coverage into zone 1 from both drivers. Great proximity from Stokes. As they push into zone 2. Great coverage from both. Maybe a possible wall tap there from Hot Boy S13. Pushing this long transition now into zone 3. Great smooth transitions from both drivers. Great coverage from both. Proximity is looking great from Stokes. Keeping it close, but keeping it safe. Great coverage going into zone 4. Carrying a long transition going into zone 5. Now into this inner clip. Great coverage from both drivers. Pushing into the final zone. Decent proximity from both drivers. Great coverage. Possible tires out for Hot Boy. A single tire out in that final zone. These drivers are going to switch positions, run it back. Looking forward to see what happens here. Putting Stokes now in the lead driver position. And Hot Boy S13 in the chase. How we feel about that run, chat? How we feeling? And they are off. Team Purple Stokes in the lead driver position. Hot Boy S13 in chase. Going wide into that first zone, carrying it right on the edge of the grass. Great coverage from both drivers.
Good.
Hot Boy keeping great proximity. Another wall tap. Boys matching each other on their runs. This is not going to be an easy one for the judges. Hot Boy keeping a nice proximity, playing it safe, just as Stokes did in his chase. Great coverage from both of them into that zone. Pushing zone 4, coming in here now. Zone 5, and then pushing into the inner clip. Smooth as ever from both drivers. Not going to make it easy on these judges. Pushing into that final zone. Great proximity from Hot Boy. These judges have their work cut out for them. Great run from both drivers. Curious to see what these judges are going to have to say. Let's take a look over at the standings and find out. I don't know, guys. Who do you think's gonna take it? Who do you think's taking it? Will it be Stokes or Hot Boy S13?
Pull up on your block like bailiffs. Got the surgeon ready for the facelift. It's simple, not complicated. Some of this hot, just stay hydrated.
Waiting for the judges to make a decision. MB Drift saying he feels hungry. Must want some more snacks after eating some bumpers. Hot Boy S13 moving on, sending Team Purple Stokes home. Interesting. Tough runs, great luck. Stokes, great runs from both the drivers. Unfortunately, Stokes, it looks like you are going home. Getting pushed out of the top 16. Hot Boy S13 moving on. To the grade 8. What is going on with the bracket? Next up on our bracket, we should have Joseph JK in the lead position and Garage Bang Bang and Chase.
What is Surik and Castle doing?
I believe they're being ran again because I noticed the bracket had changed and Castle had been removed from the grade 8. Looks like they're going to be running it back to get a decision. Maybe there may have been a discrepancy amongst the judges. So this is going to be Castle Piece in the lead driver's position. This will be Castle Piece in the lead driver's position and Brandon Surratt in the chase position. Assuming they are running it back. Castle Piece, as these drivers take off, Castle Piece in the lead driver's position. RSI Brandon Surratt in chase. They got great coverage from both drivers into zone 2. Brandon keeping great proximity as they push their way through the long transition into zone 3. Great coverage from both drivers, both looking very smooth. Great coverage through zone 4. Pushing into zone 5 now. Looking smooth from both drivers, pushing now into the inner clip. Great coverage from both. A little bit deeper, it looked like, from Brandon Surratt. And through that final zone, very smooth transitions from both drivers. These drivers are now going to switch positions, I'm assuming, and run it back again. Putting Brandon Surratt in the lead driver's position and Castle Piece in the chase. A surprise bracket change. The drivers are off. Brandon Surratt in the lead position, Castle Piece in chase. Great coverage from both drivers. Castle seeming to have a little further gap. Both smooth on their transitions coming in through zone 2. Long transition now coming into zone 3. Both drivers keeping it smooth. Zone coverage from Brandon. Castle Piece having to angle out to keep proximity. Or excuse me, to straighten out to keep proximity. Going through zone 4, coming in through zone 5, now pushing in to the inner clip. Great coverage from both drivers. Now we're going to push through the final zone. Great proximity from both drivers. Smooth transition, or great proximity from Castle Piece on Brandon's door. Smooth transitions from both drivers in the final zone. Curious to see what the judges decide this time around. Let's take a look over at the standings and find out. Drivers giving a little show there as we wait for the judges to make a decision. It appears there's been a change, and it is RSI Brandon Surratt this time around moving on to the Great 8. As there appears to have been some type of discrepancy at one point. It was walls, not bumpers, says MB Drifts about being hungry. My apologies, sir. My apologies. RSI Brandon Surratt moving on. Putting him up against Hotboy S13 in the Grade 8. That'll be the first battle of the Grade 8. Next up on the bracket, we should have Joseph JK in the lead position and Garage Bang Bang in chase. We wait for these drivers to make their way on out to the grid. Boosted says he's got RSI Kevin to take it home. MB Drift says he's hungry and no longer for any walls or bumpers. How we feeling about that, guys? How do we feel about that last run? At some point, possibly, we'd like to get a little clarification from the judges on what happened there and with the re-decision of the bracket. Curious to find out.
Yeah, let me see if I can shed some light on that.
Just went blurry and went to shit.
Who moved me?
Wait, what?
All right, what do we have? What do we got going on here?
Yeah, can you explain to us what was up with that last call, Yoda?
What do you mean?
What was the whole situation? It appeared to us that Surratt had lost, but then you guys did it one more time.
Oh, because we went back and looked at the replay. Whenever he straightened out, whenever Brandon, it was because the lead driver was already being straightened.
Mango, yeah, appreciate you joining.
Gotcha.
Like, if you look at it, if you go back and look at the replay in slow motion, it shows you exactly what we're talking about.
For sure. Yeah, we just didn't know.
However, if anybody wants to contest anything, they are more than welcome to. If they have any evidence they want to bring or anything like that, by all means, come to us.
I will be there soon. No, just playing. Yeah, well, thank you for explaining that, man. We appreciate it. We were just a little in the dark on that whole decision and what.
Yeah,
was
no,
going
and
on,
it was kind of a. We really, I could actually take a closer look to it. Like,
Gotcha.
it was, yeah.
Well, cool.
But yeah, everything should be how it is.
Sweet.
Is there anything else you got?
No, that's it.
I think that's it, buddy. Yeah.
Just a little clarification on that was great. Now let's get these next drivers out and get to moving. So we should have Joseph JK in the lead position, Garage Bang Bang and Chase as our next battle.
And they're
And the
off.
drivers are off. Coming into zone 1. Great coverage from Joseph. Ooh, little tap might have pushed him off. Drivers continuing on, pushing into zone 2. Decent coverage from both. Looks like Garage Bang Bang's going to back off a little bit on the proximity. Great coverage, both coming in through zone 3. Pushing now into zone 4 here. Long sweeper into zone 5, then pushing into our inner clip. Decent coverage from both drivers. Little deeper coverage on the inner clip from Garage Bang Bang. Considerable gap as they push through the last zone. Great run from both drivers. Would appear to me like that was a pretty decent lead from Joseph. Drivers are going to switch positions and run it back. Any thoughts, Jamal?
Yeah, it appears that Garage had initiated, but during his initiation he straightened, and then I guess he tried to clutch kick and was too close and actually pushed Joseph off track. I think that's what we saw in the first part. Let's see if he can come back from it, and let's see if he can just lead down a fire lead, or maybe Joseph makes a mistake this time around and they might have to go again, or it might become decisive. We'll see.
As the drivers take off, Garage Bang Bang in the lead position, Joseph and Chase. They push the transition into zone 1. Decent coverage from both drivers. Great proximity. Ooh, 2 tires out for both drivers, possibly a third for Garage Bang Bang. I'd have to look at the replay. Decent coverage from both drivers. Ooh, 2 tires out again, or a single tire, excuse me, out of that zone. Pushing the long zone into zone 3. Long transition. Single tire out just before the zone for Garage. Joseph JK staying in a great proximity. Pushing them around, giving them a little bit more angle. Real long transition there. Pushing into the inner clips. Decent coverage from both drivers. Joseph keeping great proximity, staying right on Garage Bang Bang's door. I feel like this might be a...
Might go to one more time, I think.
Think so? Think it might be a OMT?
Maybe. From what
I
I
don't know,
saw,
in
it
my
looked like
eyes-
Joseph stopped his transition, and that's pretty much a 0 if they stop the transition. Now, he was able to reinitiate Garage Bang Bang. He did reinitiate to get back in it, but from what I saw, Joseph definitely stopped him from transitioning. So let's see if the judges saw the same thing, or if they have a decision, or if they wanted to run it back. I think both drivers could definitely clean it up a little bit on their chase. I feel Joseph had a better lead, but also he had a worse chase, so to speak.
Right. What do you think, chat? What are you guys thinking? And there it is. Joseph JK moving on.
Well, let me get in there so I can do my run. I shall be back.
Next up on the bracket, as you can see, we will have Crux versus Sifu Jamu. Crux in the lead position, and Sifu in chase. So we wait for the drivers to load their, get loaded up onto the server and make their way to the starting grid. Remember to keep shouting out your favorite drivers. Support your drivers. Let them know you're here. Showing support. I'm sure they appreciate it. We'll have Crux in the lead position, Sifu Jamu in the chase driver position. Looking forward to the battle. This should be a good one. Crux in the lead driver position, Sifu and Chase. These guys are ready to go. See what they have to offer us in this battle in the top 16. Closing out the first half of the top 16. Quick flash of the lights from Crux. And the drivers are off. Crux in the lead position, Sifu Jamu in the chase. Long haul into the first zone. Great coverage from both drivers. Sifu Jamu keeping a great coverage. Going into zone 2. Great proximity from Sifu Jamu. Decent transitions from both drivers. Looking good. Long haul coming into the zone 3. Great coverage from both drivers. Hitting a midpoint in each of the zones. Decent coverage coming in through zone 4. Coming into zone 5. Both seeming pretty smooth. Looked like Jamu could have gotten a little bit better coverage on zone 5. Great coverage from both drivers on the inner clip. Pushing into the final outer zone. Great proximity from Sifu Jamu. This is all going to go down into the hands of this second heat of this battle. Drivers will change positions and run it back. These drivers are itching and ready to go. Sifu versus Crux. Drivers are off. Sifu in the lead position. Quick Manji to throw a long haul transition into zone 1. Crux keeping proximity. Great coverage from Sifu on zone 2. A little outside for Crux in the chase position. Not holding quite as much angle to keep proximity to stay right there. A couple of door taps, couple of taps on Sifu's door from Crux. Pushing in through outer zone 4. Smooth transition as they make a long haul into 5. Shortening it up coming into the inner clip. Great coverage. Great proximity from Crux. Tapping the doors of Jamu. Pushing into that final zone is all going to be into the judges' hands now. It's all in the judges' hands. Crux driving around backwards. We will have to see what the judges have to say.
One more time. One more time. Oh, I'm already back.
Crux moving on. Sending Sifu home. Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Next up on our bracket, we should have TPR Mike and Ferbs. TPR Mike in the lead position and Ferbs in the chase position. Great display of some skills from all the drivers' performance so far. Unfortunately, not all of us can take home the gold. Crux moving on to the grade 8. Next up in our battles, TPR Mike and Ferbs. So we wait for the drivers to make their way out to the gridding position and our previous drivers to clear the track. Let's get a tech out there and pull Crux off the track. Ran it hard through that heat. He's going to have to do some engine repairs for his next run. See a few donuts happening around Crux. So we wait for these other drivers to make their way on out. Finn, appreciate you joining the stream. Hope you're enjoying the drift content. If you guys are new here, make sure to smash that follow button so you guys can be notified when these competitions happen, as well as other drift content or driving content your boy has to offer. Making their ways out to the track now, TPR Mike and Ferbs. These drivers are ready to go. TPR Mike in the lead driver position, Ferbs in chase. Long transition coming into the zone 1. Possible tires off. Actually, a single tire off for TPR Mike in the lead position. Great proximity from Ferbs, keeping it close, but keeping it safe. Smooth transitions from both drivers, now keeping this long transition going into the third zone. Keeping it right up on the grass. Great coverage from Mike. Coming into the fourth zone, great coverage from both drivers. Great proximity from Ferbs. Possible single tire into the grass there for zone 5. Great coverage from both drivers on inner clip, possibly upsetting the car for the chase driver. and 2 tires out possibly for Ferbs there in the final zone. These drivers are going to switch positions, run it back, and see what happens. Ooh, a little bumper tapping. Putting Ferbs in the lead driver position now in TPR Mike. Team Purple, Mike, in the chase driver position. Which one of these drivers are going to take it? Soon to find out. Way outside coming into the zone 1. Great coverage from both drivers. Great proximity from Mike. Smooth transitions coming into zone 2. Long stretch now for the zone 3. Looking smooth from both drivers. Great proximity from Mike. Getting close, but keeping it safe. Outer zone 4. Both drivers keeping it smooth. Ooh, some possible door tapping from Mike coming into the outer zone 5. Great coverage from both drivers on inner zone, or the inner clip. Smooth and great proximity from Mike there in the final zone. If any differences I could definitely see was that Mike's chase through the inner clip was a little smoother than Ferb's, but it's a good thing I am not a judge. I just get to sit and watch. Take it over to our bracket and see what our judges have to say. Seems our judges are debating, trying to figure out who took that one. Garage Bang Bang saying, let her eat, boys. Let her eat. Indeed they did. Indeed they did. Chat, who do you guys think took it? So we wait for these judges to make a decision. Who do you think it was who took that heat? Who took the battle between TPR Mike and Ferbs? See what the viewers' choice was. Let us know down in the chat. Who do you think took that one? Looks like we may have a decision. Let's take it on over to our standings. Looks like the decision between TPR Mike and Ferbs has been made, and Ferbs is moving on to the grade 8, sending TPR Mike home in the top 16. Appreciate your efforts, Mike. Better luck next time. Hope to see you again in another competition in the future. But Ferbs taking it on and moving on to the grade 8. Up next, we should see Logan Cull and RSI Kevin in the lead position. Logan Cull and Chase. Let's get a good look at our outstanding judges. As they patiently sit trackside, judging our drivers' every moves, as well as our event organizer. Some beautiful aerial shots of wonderful Sequoia Park as we sit and wait for our next drivers to load on in and get onto the starting grid. RSI Kevin in the lead driver's position and Logan Cull in the chase driver's position. Sat and Hound, appreciate you joining. Stick around. We've got some great drift excitement coming to your earlobes and eyeballs. Our drivers make their way on out. RSI Kevin in the lead driver's position. Logan Cull in the chase driver's position.
Excuse me.
Highly boosted saying, let's go.
I think Logan won a round, if I'm not mistaken. I think he won the first round, or at least he got pretty high up there. Maybe he got pretty high up there. He might have podiumed, but let's see if Kevin.
Drivers are off. Kevin in the lead driver's position, Logan in chase. Swinging it wide, coming in for zone 1. Decent coverage from both drivers. Smooth, at least. Coming into zone 2. Sending some angle. Kevin out there in the lead driver's position. Logan keeping a decent proximity, playing it safe. Decent coverage coming from both drivers into zone 3. Moving to outer zone 4. Bouncing it off the wall a little bit through zone 4. Pushing into outer zone 5. Decent coverage from both drivers. Great proximity from Logan Cull as they push on in through inner clip and through our final zone. Smooth transitions from both. Great proximity from Logan. These drivers are going to switch positions and run her back. Putting Logan in the lead driver's position and Kevin in chase. Wait to see what these drivers have for us on the second half of this battle. Drivers take off. Logan Cull in the lead position. Swinging it wide, coming in for the first zone. Great coverage from both drivers. Decent proximity from Kevin in the chase position. Smooth transitions from both drivers coming into zone 2. Logan getting close to that wall. General tapping coming from Kevin. Not upsetting either driver. Deep, wide transitions coming into zone 3, pushing in for outer zone 4, both being close to the wall. Great proximity from Chase. Lead is doing a great job, giving us a great run to follow. Both drivers getting a decent coverage of inner clip. And great proximity and coverage from both drivers in the final zone. Kevin throwing it down in his chase position, but will it be enough for him to take it? Or is Logan moving on? It's up to the judges. It's all in their hands now. Let's take it over to the bracket and find out. Boosted saying that's going to be a hard judge. I would agree. I would agree.
Yeah, Kevin was glued to that door.
Looking ahead, next up on our bracket's going to end up being Larry Death Matador in the lead position and Thumbs in chase. Should be a pretty decent battle to watch. Transition over to our drivers as they sit and patiently wait for our judges to make a decision.
Uh-oh.
Go back to our standings.
Looks like Kevin got it. Kevin advances.
RSI Kevin advancing on. Next up, Larry Death Matador and Thumbs. 2 RSI boys possible in the finals. It is a possibility. It'd be interesting to see the RSI boys battle it out. We'll see if that happens. Low Speed, appreciate you joining the stream. Stick around, we've got some great drift action for you. Next up in our brackets, Larry Death Matador in the lead driver position. And Thumbs in the chase. It's going to be an interesting battle here. The drivers take off. Larry in the lead position. Thumbs in the chase position.
Oh, Larry cooks it.
Now putting Thumbs out in the lead position.
Moving astray from Larry.
Finishing out the zones, we're just going to kind of keep a good close eye on this. Great transitions from both drivers. It's unfortunate that Larry is in the chase on his lead run. Ooh, way a little deep coming from Thumbs coming into that inner clip. Decent coverage from both drivers in that final zone. Drivers are going to switch positions, sort of, and run it back.
Yeah, I think Larry just came in with a little bit too much heat on that first lap.
Boosted says, "Are they?" Question mark. Well, their placards will. Their nameplates will. Drivers take off. Thumbs in the lead position. Larry in the chase. Sending her wide, coming in for zone 1. Decent coverage from both drivers. Coming in for zone 2. Decent coverage from both again. Playing it safe on the proximity, it seems, from Larry. Ooh, 2 tires out, coming in for zone 3 for Thumbs. That's going to play a little bit on the judge's decision. Zone 4, decent coverage from both drivers. Great proximity coming in from Larry now as we push into zone 5. Inner clip, pushing it a little too far from Thumbs. And smooth, decent transitions from both. Great proximity from Larry there in the final zone. Mistakes were made from both drivers. I'd be curious to see what the judges have to say for this one. No, I don't believe this is going to be an easy decision for the judges at all. But then again, looks like we have a decision. Thumbs moving on, sending Larry, Death Matador packing, and the top 16. Thumbs moving on to the Great 8. Great job, gentlemen. Great performance from both of you. Mistakes were made from both, but what are you going to do? It's a competition. Things happen. These are the results. Thumbs moving on to the Great 8. Next up in our battles, we will see SR Nebish versus Motobite Matt. Motobite Matt being in the lead position, and Nebish in chase.
I was wondering what that noise was. Your car's doing a burnout underwater.
What?
Yeah. Your Fiat is doing a burnout underwater.
It's not even in gear. What?
Yeah, like I got the drone on it and it's smoking and everything.
Wild. Underwater Bernies.
Yeah.
All right, next up, Motobite Matt, SR Nebish, bringing us the final battle of the top 16. These drivers are off. Motobite Matt in the lead position, taking off for the long transition into zone 1, going way outside, 3 tires out. Nebish keeping great proximity, not having any bumps there. Even with that severe deceleration, both coming in with great transitions into zone 2. Great proximity from Nebish. Let's see for the long transition coming into zone 3. Potential tap there, and Nebish having to slow it down. Motorbike Matt getting both getting great coverage into zone 4, pushing out into outer zone 5. Nebish completely missing the zone and having to straighten out. Decent coverage from both drivers pushing on that inner clip. Very straight though for Nebish trying to get back into proximity for that final zone. Those mistakes may have just given it to Motorbike Matt, but you never know what'll happen in the second half of this this battle. Drivers are going to switch positions and run it back. Putting Nebish in the lead driver's position and Motorbike Matt in the chase. Curious to see what's going to happen here. Drivers take off. Nebish in lead position. Keeping it pretty quick. Keeping a considerable gap between Motorbike Matt, forcing Matt to not push as much angle to try to keep into proximity. Nebish just sending it wide here for the third zone, outer zone. See how the smooth transition comes around for outer zone 4. Motorbike Matt starting to close up that proximity. Getting in on his dome for outer zone 5. Pushing in now for inner clip. Decent coverage from both drivers. Ooh, coming out with straight angle there from Motorbike Matt in the chase position as they push the final zone. We'll see what the judges have to say about that as we close out our top 16.
It was a pretty good battle on that last one. I didn't see any mistakes from either driver as far as that last run goes. And Nebish, he's got to clean it up a little bit.
And that may just be the decision maker there. But we'll see. We will take a small 5-minute break in between the top 16 pushing into the Great 8. We'll have a 5-minute break. This will not be as long of a break as the last time. 5-minute break just for the drivers to quickly use the restroom, shake it out, and then we will push right back into the Great 8. 5-minute break after we get the decision from the judges here on who's moving on and who's staying in the top 16. And of course, as soon as I transition to show you the cars, we get a decision made. So let's pop ourselves back over to the standings. SR Nebish moving on to the Grade 8,
Wow, really?
leaving Motorbike Matt in the top 16. And on that note, guys, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break, let the drivers shake out their nerves, do whatever they need to do. This one will be a quick one. 5 minutes is what we're going to give these guys, and then we will be back with our Grade 8.
come test with tonight. Tell me, jungle is how you feeling alright? Who in the place with X amount of skill? Send for the ragamuffin, put me name on the bill. Who in the place of come test with tonight? Tell me, jungle is how you feeling alright? Who in the place with X amount of skill? Send for the ragamuffin, put me name on the bill. Send for the ragamuffin, put me name on the bill. Who in the place of come test with tonight? Tell me, jungle feeling alright? Who in the place with X amount of skill? Send for the ragamuffin, put me name on the bill. Tonight, tell me, jungle is how you feeling alright? Who in the place with X amount of skill? Send for the ragamuffin, put me name on the bill. Who in the place of come test with tonight? Tell me, jungle is how you feeling alright? Who in the place with X amount of skill? Send for the ragamuffin, put me name on the bill. Put me name on the bill. Who in the place with X amount of skill? Send me the ragamuffin, put me name on the bill. Who in the place of come test with tonight? Tell me, jungle is how you feeling alright? Who in the place with X amount of skill? Send for the ragamuffin, put me name on the bill. Who in the place of come test with tonight? Tell me, jungle is how you feeling alright? Who in the place with X amount of skill? Send for the ragamuffin, put me name on the bill.
Oh, he treats me with respect. He says he loves me all the time.
All right, and we are back, pushing ourselves into the Great 8 of the Slidaholics Virtual Comp, which is proudly sponsored by Hartman Comfort Solutions, keeping you cool on and off the track. Renspec Wraps, keeping all these vehicles looking great. Drift Corpus, organizing great events around the Houston local area. And of course, Seven Oaks Coffee, giving all of our viewers and drivers the best quality caffeine. Appreciate you guys. Glad to have you on board. It is much appreciated to have you as sponsors of this event. Looking forward to our bracket. First up battle, we will have Hotboy S13 versus RSI Brandon Surratt, followed by Joseph JK versus Crux, Ferbs versus RSI Kevin, NW Thumbs versus SR Nebish in our Great 8. This is where things are going to get interesting, folks. This is where you're going to see the true skills being pushed to their limits. This is where we're going to see who really, really wants to win. We wait for our drivers to make their way out onto the starting grid. Invite you guys to shout out in the chat who you think's going to win. Shout out your favorite drivers thus far. Remember to stick around towards the end because you guys have a viewer's choice to make at the end of this. The winner will face off against Master Yoda, one of our judges, for a viewer choice pot of $25. Who's going to take that pot? Well, we will find out later on tonight. Stick around, as you guys are the ones who make that decision.
Jamal, you can load in, by the way.
Load in? What do you mean?
So our drivers start to make their way out to the grid. We will have Hotboy S13 in the lead driver position and RSI Kevin in chase. Looking forward to these battles here in our grade 8. Let me get that swapped as well. My apologies, guys. Let's get the round swapped. It's not the top 16 no more. We are the grade 8. My apologies, guys. I'm only one man doing a lot. Bear with. Mistakes will be made. Doing our best to keep them to a minimum. Hotboy S13 and Kevin RSI, or RSI Kevin, if you will, out on the starting grid, ready to get things going. The first battle.
Surrett.
Is it Surrett? What? Oh, it is. I apologize. Yo, let me fix that. It's not Kevin. It's Surrett. That's my fault. Woo! Where you guys going? Yo, this run is... Yow! There we go. Sorry, missed a little bit of that first zone, but it looks like the judges definitely have a different cam, so we're good. All right. Into zone 2. Ooh, damn. In time to watch Hotboy absolutely get wrecked and sent to Narnia, it appears. Surrett just coasting his way around the track. Not sure what just happened right there. Not sure what happened right there. Drivers will switch positions. Wait, what? Are they running it back? They appear to be running it back.
Maybe they saw.
So this will actually be Hotboy S13 in the lead position and RSI Brandon Surrett in chase, despite what it says on the headers. Hot Boy coming in great with a decent transition into zone 1. Surratt keeping great proximity. Little wall tap there through zone 2 from Hot Boy. Long stretch coming in here to outer zone 3. Surratt in great chase in proximity. Great angle from both. Smooth transitions coming into outer zone 4. Both of them close up on the wall. It's not going to be an easy decision on these judges. A little bit of tires out there for Hot Boy. Decent coverage from both. A little bit straight for Surratt in that chase position, keeping the proximity though. Maybe a little bit of bumping going on there in that final zone. Drivers will switch positions this time.
I think that bump might have cost Surratt some points at the end.
Drivers will now switch positions and actually match their headers. Lead driver now RSI Brandon Surratt. And Hot Boy S13 in the chase position. Quick flick, and as they push that long transition into zone 1, through that elevation change, great coverage from both drivers. Hot Boy keeping great proximity. Right on Brandon Surratt's door through zone 2. Coming into outer zone 3, this long transition here. Great coverage from both drivers. As we send it now into outer zone 4. Both of them getting really close to the wall. Outer zone 5. Decent coverage, both of them putting it on the grass. Great proximity from Hot Boy in his chase position. Great coverage on the inner clip. Both putting tires out in the final zone, matching each other as if they were twins.
I feel like Hot Boy may have been a little bit farther back as far as proximity goes compared to when Brandon did his run, but there were a few small subtle mistakes in Brandon's chase run that may give Hot Boy the edge. The amount of bumps that's been going on is pretty crazy.
Well, with that extra, the extra payout, yeah, that's
yeah, I'm collecting at least $3. I know that.
A decision has been made. RSI Brandon Surratt moving on to the Fantastic Four. Our semi-finals.
A little bit better proximity probably got him that win. Yep.
Next up in our next battle should be Joseph JK in the lead position and Crux in chase. Should be a decent battle as we wait for our drivers to grid on up. We wait for our drivers to make their way out to the grid. Crux coming in with a cheers. With two extremely excited and derpy kind of looking emoji faces. Not sure how to take that one. Surprise? Nonetheless, Crux, appreciate the cheers. Appreciate the support on the channel. We have been flipped to Narnia. Yo. How did we end up out here? What is happening right now? Guys, I'm a bit confused as to what's going on if you can't see as to what is happening on screen. It seems to appear that the server and or my connection or something has gone awry. Bear with. We are going to do a quick reset on my end. BRB. There we go. My apologies, mic was muted. Trying to get everything fixed. Whoa. Sorry for those issues there. Decent coverage from both drivers. I loved to see what I just saw in the last battle. Great proximity from Joseph JK throughout that entire run there. Be interesting to see what the judges have to say. Gonna pull up the standings. My apologies for the little bit of issues there that we had. We have those straightened out. Looks like Joseph JK has moved on from that battle between Crux and Joseph, putting RSI Brandon Surratt and Joseph to battle in the Fantastic Four battles, our semifinals. Up next, we will have Ferbs in the lead driver's position versus RSI Kevin in the chase. RSI Kevin in chase.
Haters on my back like a backpack. Focused on my check, I get mine regardless. He calling me boss, yeah, bitch, I'm a star. Wake up in your bed like a fucking goddess. Stars in the roof, get into my head. You know what else I like to do? I don't need to talk, I do the money dance. Mama wants some love shit, you know you gon' fuck with it. Your girl wanna hang with us, baby got that angel dust. Terry on my body, bitches for a hobby. But if you got a sloppy, tellin' me be in the lobby.
Ferbs in the lead driver position, RSI Kevin in chase. This ought to be an interesting run. This is where we will find out if we will have these RSI boys facing off here soon. One step closer to seeing that happen. Ferbs in that lead driver position, swinging out wide for zone 1. Great proximity from Kevin in the chase position. Smooth as they come into outer zone 2. Kevin getting a little closer to that wall. Ooh, straight angled out from Kevin there. Keeping proximity though, as they push their way on into zone 3, that long stretch. Playing it kind of safe. Pushing now into outer zone 4. Great coverage from both drivers. Ferbs putting it right up on the edge of the grass as they come into outer zone 5. Both getting great coverage on the inner clip. Pushing into the last zone. Ferbs with great coverage. RSI Kevin with a little bit of contact there coming out of the end of the last zone. Holding great proximity. Drivers are going to switch positions and run it back. Putting RSI Kevin in the lead driver's position and Ferbs in chase. Kevin in the lead position, Ferbs in chase as they make their first transition down that decline into zone 1. Tires out right after the zone for Kevin. Smooth transitions for both of them coming on into outer zone 2. Great proximity for Ferbs in the chase position. Getting right up on Kevin's doors as they push through outer zone 3. Pushing now into the outer zone 4. Kevin hitting the wall, leaving Ferbs to continue out his run through the outer zone 5, pushing in now to the inner clip. Great coverage from this driver as he pushes into the final zone. That upset right there may have just given Ferbs the win, pushing Ferbs on into the Fantastic Four. But we will see what the judges have to say about that, as I am not a judge. Pushing over to our standings. As thought and as expected, Ferbs moving on from that battle. Kevin hitting the wall, causing an upset. Looks like we will not see the RSI boys battling it out in the finals. Appreciate it though, Kevin. Good luck. Better luck next time. It was a great performance all the way up until you hit the wall, my guy. Still, great effort from all the drivers performing. Great effort from all drivers. Next up on our bracket, we should have NW Thumbs versus SR Nibish. Thumbs being in the lead driver's position. Remember, guys, to stick around, stay tuned. We are going to need you guys at the end of this competition. You viewers get to decide who wins the extra pot amongst Master Yoda and the winner of the competition tonight.
I just realized my mic was off, and I've been commenting for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a little quiet.
Yeah, my apologies, everyone. I forgot my mic, or my headset has a mic button on it. And even though Discord says you might still be muted.
Things happen. Thumbs in the lead driver's position. Nibish in the chase driver's position. The final battle of our grade 8 before we push into the final 4. Drivers take off. Thumbs in the lead driver's position. Nibish in the chase. Decent coverage from Thumbs. Nibish seeming to have to angle up to try to get back into proximity. Decent coverage from both coming into outer zone 2 as they make the long stretch now into outer zone 3. Nibish closing up that gap a little bit. Thumbs making the transitions into outer zone 4. Great coverage. A little shallow, it seemed, from the chase. Deeper in the outer zone 5 for Nibish. Decent coverage from both on the inner clip. Moving into the final zone. Nibish right on the edge, if not possibly tires in dirt. They will switch positions and run it back. These drivers take off. Nibish in the lead position now. Thumbs in chase. Possible tires out in the first zone there for Nibish. Great transitions from both drivers going into the zone 2. Great proximity from Thumbs in the chase position. Long transition now into outer zone 3. Making the flick now into outer zone 4. Getting close to the wall. Nibish with the great proximity of that wall through outer zone 4. Kind of straightening out and putting tires out through outer zone 5 into the inner clip. Great transitions for both. Great coverage from both drivers into the final zone. Nibish putting tires out just after the zone. We'll see what the judges feel about that run. Drivers putting on a show as we wait for the judges to make a decision. Transition back on over to our standings as we have a decision that was made. Nibish, SR Nibish moving on to the Fantastic Four, leaving Thumbs In the Great 8, great performance from both drivers. Love seeing the action. But Nibish being the winner of that battle and moving on. First up in our Fantastic Four battles will be Joseph JK in the lead position and RSI Brandon Surratt in chase. Followed by a battle between Ferbs and the winner of the last battle you had just seen, SR Nebish, in our Fantastic Fours battles. After our Fantastic Fours battles, we'll move to our semi-final battles where we will see who will take third place, moving into our finals to see who's taking home first and second. We wait for our drivers to get themselves straightened out as we move into our Fantastic Four. Make sure to toss out who you think's taking it home now. What driver do you have as we move through these final few battles we have of the evening? RSI Brandon Surratt, Joseph JK, Ferbs, and SR Nebish remain for our Fantastic Four. Great work, gentlemen, making it this far. Great efforts from all of the drivers who have performed so far tonight. Appreciate you all coming out. Make sure to stick around. We need every one of you viewers to help out in the $25 money pot between Master Yoda and the winner of the comp tonight, for a $25 bonus pot chosen by the viewers. Tougher Mr. Dino, appreciate you popping through. Stick around, we got some great drift content headed your way for your eyeballs and earlobes. Hold the brackets back up for you. Are we excited for this Fantastic Four battles moving on into our semifinals? We are at the end of our event here very soon. Appreciate all the efforts of all the drivers thus far. As our drivers make their way out to the grid, want to remind everybody that tonight was proudly sponsored by Hartman Comfort Solutions, keeping everyone cool on and off the track. Drift Corpus, organizing drift events in the local area, Houston area. Renspec Wraps, keeping all of those vehicles out there looking mighty fine. And Seven Oaks Coffee, providing all of us viewers and the drivers as well with premium caffeine. Proud to have you guys on. Much appreciated. Proudly sponsored this event for all of us to have this driver's pot available for you guys to win. Free to enter. We're bringing you guys a cash pot. Something to fight for. Next up on the grid, Joseph JK in the lead driver's position. RSI Brandon Surratt in chase. Jeremy saying, hell yeah, my money is on Furbs. Let's see what's going to happen with this first battle in the Fantastic Four. Joseph JK versus RSI Brandon Surratt. Drivers are off. Joseph in the lead driver's position, making the transitions now into zone 1. Mighty smooth and right on the edge. Both drivers keeping great proximity. Keeping great proximity from Surratt. Pushing now into the third long transition into outer zone 3. Both drivers looking very smooth. Great coverage from both. Good proximity from Brandon. Putting the tires right on the edge. This is what we came here to see. Great driving. Good coverage from both drivers in the outer zone 5, pushing into the inner clip. And then finally, very decent and smooth coverage from both drivers in that final outer zone. They are not going to make this easy on our judges. They are not going to make this easy on the judges. Let's get these drivers' names swapped around so they can run it back. RSI Brandon Surratt in the lead position. And Joseph in the chase position. Let's see him run it back. Drivers are off. Brandon in the lead position. Coming out the gate aggressive. Both of them swinging it nice and wide for this first zone. Great coverage from both drivers. Great proximity from Joseph. Getting right up on Brandon's doors. Good coverage from both drivers going through outer zone 2. Little tapping there for between both drivers. Joseph being a little bit close in this long push for outer zone 3. Decent coverage from both. Great proximity from Joseph. Staying right up on Surratt's door. Decent coverage through outer zone 4. Pushing into outer zone 5. Surratt putting it right on the edge. Right on the edge. Both getting great coverage on the inner clip. Pushing now into the final zone. Both having smooth and buttery transitions and great coverage of the zone. It is now into the judges' hands to decide the fate of our first battle of the Fantastic Four. Who's moving on to the finals? Who's moving to the semis? Let's go over to our standings and find out. Great runs, says Garage Bang Bang. Says great runs, damn. Jeremy says, I hope the Pink Miata wins this battle. Me too. Miata-ta-ta-ta-tas. Curious if we're going to end up with an OMT. Zim Zim, appreciate that follow. Much appreciated. Remember, guys, if you are new here, make sure you smash that follow button. Stay tuned for more drift content. Not only competitions such as this, but drifting and driving content from yours truly, Mr. D Skids here, your host. Proudly bringing you guys the Slidaholics Virtual Comp. Take another look at our two drivers that just gave us a great performance just now as we wait for our judges to come up with a decision. That Haitian guy, yo, how we doing? Hope you're enjoying the content. Competition has been very fun and very fierce this far. We are in the Fantastic Four, pushing our way into the semi-finals here shortly, and eventually here our finals. Make sure all of you stick around, as we're going to need you viewers to help us with the bonus pot at the end, where the winner will take on one of our judges, Master Yoda, for a bonus $25 pot voted on by you viewers. It appears we might have an OMT happening on our hands. It appears we might have an OMT happening here on our hands. Meaning that Joseph JK and Brandon Surratt will be running again. Let's get these names swapped around. Ooh, shoot. It's all right. Joseph JK in the lead position, Brandon Surratt in chase. Great coverage from Joseph and Surratt as they come through for zone 1. Pushing into outer zone 2, both of them getting really close to the wall. Buttery smooth transitions from both. As you can see why we had this OMT happening in the first place. Surratt staying right on Joseph's door. Great runs as we push into outer zone 5. Ooh, going wide. Seeing a couple tires going off here for Joseph in the lead driver position. Swinging around there for our last final zone. These drivers are going to switch it back around, run it one more time, and then it'll go to a judge's decision, where the judges will be forced to make a decision. Surratt in the lead position, Joseph JK in the chase position. Both getting decent coverage coming in through outer zone 1. Great coverage in outer zone 2 from both drivers. Decent proximity coming in from Joseph JK. They're back there in the chase position. Getting right back up on Surratt's door. They're not going to make this easy on our judges. Both getting buttery smooth through the outer zone for 3. Quick flick now through 4 and into 5. Both putting it right on the edge. Great proximity from Joseph there in the back. Couple of bumps as they go into the inner clip. And finally, the outer zone. The final outer zone with Surratt dropping a tire. We'll see what the judges decide. Judges will now be forced to make a decision. We'll switch over to our standings and see what our judges had to say. Both of these drivers patiently waiting for the judges to make a decision. Who's moving on to the finals? Who's fighting for a spot in third? That Asian guy saying AO 6 spinners. You know, they happen from time to time. Rod and spinners. Rod and spinners. You don't stop. Wait. Judges are having a hard time with this one, which is understandable. Back to back, two very fierce battles from these competitors. RSI or Joseph JK saying neither of us want to go home. I'm trying to win tonight. Judges with a tough decision on their hands. Chat, what'd you guys think of those runs? Let us know down there in the chat. Woo! Transition over to our standings. We wait for a decision. What are we thinking of the battle so far?
I like them. They've been pretty good. Everybody's pretty much been holding their own. Most of them, it's down to like the minuscule detail in the run.
We've had a decision made. Joseph JK taking the win going on into the finals, leaving Brandon Surratt to fight for a spot of third place. We're going to move on over to the next battle of Ferbs and SR Nebish to find out who's moving on to the finals and who else will be in the battle for third place. Should have Ferbs in the lead driver's position, Nebish and Chase, as we push out the final battle of the Fantastic Four. Zim Zim's coming in saying, let's go Ferbs. These drivers take off. Ferbs in the lead position. Great transitions and coverage from both drivers coming into zone 1. Ferbs putting it right on the edge. We push on into zone 2. Great coverage. Great proximity from Nebish there in the chase position, mimicking the lead driver very well. Pushing in through outer zone 3 as we make the flick into 4. Great coverage from both. Chase mimicking lead driver very well and holding great proximity. Deep coverage there on outer zone 5. Deep coverage in on the inner clip, as well as smooth transitions into the last final outer zone. Nebish possibly a little bit deeper in the inner clip, if I saw that correctly. Drivers will now switch positions, run it back, and find out who's moving on. Ferbs now in the chase position, Nebish in the lead position. Both drivers ready to give it their all in the second half of this battle. Nebish up in the lead position, Ferbs following in chase. They make their transition into the first zone, both getting decent coverage. Ooh, Ferbs straightening out, losing a little bit of power, but getting right back up on Nebish's door there for zone 2. Long transition now going into outer zone 3. Both drivers keeping it smooth. Ferbs getting great proximity on the lead driver. Little bump there in the transition coming into outer zone 4. But both drivers keeping it going. Nice and smooth transitions into outer zone 5. Both of them going deep. Both catching the inner clip well. Pushing into our final outer zone. Both putting them right on the edge. Great proximity from Ferbs. Once again, judges have a decision on their hands. Judges definitely have a decision on their hands. We'll take a look on over and see what the judges have to say. Ferb's wife coming in saying, sheesh. Who will move on into the finals? Who will be fighting for a spot on third place? Waiting for the judges to make a decision. Patiently waiting. Looks like a decision has been made. SR Nebish moving on to the finals battle against Joseph JK, which means we will have a semi-finals battle between Ferbs and RSI Brandon Surratt in a battle for third place, putting Ferbs in our lead driver's position at the start of the semifinals, and Surratt and Chase. Battles for podium. The drivers make their way out onto the grid for our semifinals battle for third place. This battle will decide on who's taking third and who's going home, well, with nothing. Ferbs in the lead driver's position, RSI Brandon Surratt and Chase. This is going to be a battle. One hell of a battle. Drivers take off. Ferbs in the lead position. Long transition as they make their way into the first outer zone. Great coverage from both drivers. Surratt keeping great proximity on Ferbs. Playing it safe. Now as they make their long transition into the outer zone 3, great coverage from both drivers. Tires right on the edge. Pushing into outer zone 4, looks like a little tap from Surratt into Ferbs. Pushing into outer zone 5, now pushing their way into the inner clips. Great coverage from both drivers. Pushing into that final zone, great coverage from both. Great proximity from Brandon Surratt in that chase position. These drivers are now going to switch positions, run it back, and put it in the judges' hands. Surratt now in the lead driver's position. Ferbs in chase. As they take off, Surratt in that lead position, going wide coming into the first zone. Great coverage from both drivers. Ferbs keeping great proximity up on Surratt. Transitioning smooth, both drivers into the outer zone 2. Great proximity coming in from Ferbs, keeping right up on his door. Scraping his door with that tire possibly. Long transition into third. They make the flick into the fourth outer zone. Both drivers looking very smooth as they come into outer zone 5, putting the tires both on the edge. Where are they going to meet up on the inner clips? Great coverage from both. Coming into this final zone. Ferbs going a little bit wider, putting it right on the edge. Surratt keeping that speed. It is now in the judges' hands. Who's taking a third place medal? And who is going home with nothing? We will need to get confirmation from judges and or event organizer for this winning, because we don't have a spot on the bracket for it. We'll have to get confirmation from the judges. Current standings, as you can look at what our finals battle is going to be as we sit and wait to find out who our semifinals winner was and who's taking home a third place. We'll take a look at the battle that we have ahead for our finals.
Yeah, it should be a pretty good one.
A battle between Joseph J.K. and S.R. Nebish. Joseph being in the lead driver's position, Nebish starting off in chase. This is going to be a very, very good battle for our finals. As both drivers wait patiently for a decision from our judges and our event coordinator. I don't know, chat, what do you guys think? Who took it? Was it Ferbs? Or was it RSI Brandon Surratt? Agent guy saying, I saw a little bit of contact on that last run. Absolutely. Bumping doors has been kind of encouraged throughout this one, as there has been a bonus ad for how many times you could tap someone's door without upsetting the other driver, $1 per tap. Team Purple Stokes coming in saying sick comp. Much appreciated, as we do put a little bit of effort into this. Try to keep it something fun for everyone. Overall, this is meant to be a fun competition. Entries are free, but we do put up a cash prize for you guys for something to fight for. Brought to you proudly from all of our sponsors. Let's throw them up on the board as we wait. Proudly sponsored by Hartman Comfort Solutions, Drift Corpus, as well as Renspec Wraps. And let's not forget Seven Oaks Coffee. And proudly hosted by yours truly, D Skids. Appreciate you guys allowing me to have the exclusive rights to stream this competition. It has been an honor so far hosting it. I do my best to give you guys a fun show along the way. One-man production back here, as well as having a co-host. Appreciate Jamal's help throughout this as well, aka Mr. Sifu. Been helping us out throughout tonight with the co-hosting. Are we getting a OMT? for third? Are we getting an OMT for third? Both drivers have reset and put themselves back out on the track. Although it does appear that Surratt is in the lead driver's position and Ferbs is in the chase. They have decided they wanted them to swap positions and run it back. Not quite sure. Waiting on some confirmation still. Fortune Heron, appreciate you coming in through the stream. Make sure to smash that follow button. You guys can stay tuned for more drift content like this, such as the competition. As these drivers go to take off, RSI Brandon Surratt in the lead position, Ferbs in chase. Both getting great coverage coming in through zone 1. As they both make their transitions now into outer zone number 2. Surratt getting really close to the wall. Ferbs keeping great proximity. Long push now into outer zone 3. Both keeping it nice and smooth. Very smooth, both putting it up on the edge. Both getting great coverage of the outer zone 3. Flicking it around for outer zone 5. Then a quick transition now into outer zone 4 into outer zone 5. Now pushing into the inner clips. Great coverage from both drivers. Ferbs keeping great proximity. Surratt pushing away there a little bit for the final zone, but Ferbs able to close it up there at the very end of it. Drivers will swap positions, run it one more time. Ferbs now in the lead driver's position and Surratt in the chase position.
The last battle that we're running is Joseph versus Nibish.
For sure.
There's going to be no Yoda run?
Yoda will be running against this battle. This is for the winner. Ferbs
yes.
Brandon Surratt.
Okay, so Ferbs beat Brandon Surratt, correct?
Yes.
And we just watched. All right, got it. Ferbs beat Brandon Surratt. Next battle, on to the finals. Ferbs.
Sorry to correct you.
No worries. Ferbs to take the win. And now putting ourselves into the finals battles, where we will see Joseph JK take on SR Nibish for the final battle of tonight. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a fierce one. Make sure you all stick around, as there will be a bonus battle between the winner of the competition tonight and one of our judges, Master Yoda, and you viewers get to decide on who takes home that bonus pot. So stick around after the competition, because it is not quite over after this final. We'll need your viewers for the bonus pot amongst the winner and Master Yoda. As we wait for these drivers to get themselves gridded up to the starting line, shout out who you think's going to take it all. A battle between Joseph JK and SR Nibish. Let's throw the standings up one more time. All right. Final battle. Joseph JK versus SR Nibish in the finals. That Asian guy coming in with a follow. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Appreciate all of you who smashed that follow button. Hosting the competition over here on Noise bring you that ad-free viewing during these comps. If so inclined and you guys are enjoying it, you can add to the driver's pot by either sending a tip across, or if you want to just support me and the channel, smash that subscribe button as we wait for our final drivers to get this battle going. That Asian guy coming in as the 50th follower. Or Fortune Heron, or one of these. My followers count just says 50, so it's aight. Joseph JK, SR Nebish making their way out to the tracks. Nilla Mole joining the stream. Appreciate you joining up. Welcome. As we move into our finals battle. Oh, I feel like I am a bit behind. What is going on here? I did not see an upgrade to the bracket, nothing. And I have Yoda out here and who? Nebish?
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you.
What is going on here? I swear they just said the next run we were doing.
Well, Joseph just won, they said.
All right.
Oh, what happened to the server? Well, I guess I better leave. My server just turned into all grass for me.
Yeah, that happened to me earlier as well. Drivers are taking off. Master Yoda in chase. Yoda losing quite the angle there. Curious as to what has happened here, as I didn't get a confirmation on the finals winner, but apparently it was our guys here. Yoda coming in on this battle, keeping great proximity. Oh, with a slight bump pushing them off track, leaving Yoda to finish out the rest of the run. Was it because of the contact that caused that?
I feel like the server's crashing right now. You can see a trail of like paint.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Drifting behind. We have some grass drifting behind Mr. Yoda.
Yeah, it looks like Yoda kind of bumped him on his transition and it just shot him right to the outside.
All right, well, that was the run with Joseph JK in lead and Yoda for chase. Now it will be Master Yoda in lead and Joseph JK in chase, meaning that Joseph JK was the winner of the competition tonight. We'll be looking for you guys to make a decision here shortly on who the winner is for this bonus pot right now. Joseph JK keeping great proximity up on Master Yoda's door. Yoda keeping it right on the edge of the track as we push into outer zone 2, hitting the wall. Ooh, and upsettedly stopping transition for Joseph JK. I mean, kind of feeling like we know who's handing over some money, but Yoda pushing in now through the outer zone 4. Flicking it around for outer zone 5. Joseph JK keeping great proximity right on his door, pushing him around into 5. Let's see if they can carry it into the hairpins together. As they do, pushing into the final zone. Joseph JK giving a bump to Yoda there in the last zone. One more bump to remind him, hey, what up, homie?
I'll be back.
So what do you guys think? You think someone took that? Or do you feel like they should run it back? Was it Yoda won, Joseph got it, or OMT? Let's see it in the chat. Joseph.
I'd do it one more time.
Master Yoda. Or do we want to see a OMT? Miata OP?
That's not the question. Yes.
Who do we feel took the pot? I mean, everybody did have the option to choose the Miata, so...
This is true.
Someone should tell that BDC guy? Probably. Alright, chat, who do you guys think took it? OMT, Yoda, or Joseph? So far I have a Joseph got it. And then I have a Miata OP. How is there this many people chilling in here and not but just a few replies? Come on, guys. I personally would like to see an OMT. I think that that's what needed to happen. But viewers have spoken. Nobody gets any money. On that note, can't sit around waiting all day for you guys to reply. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and roll our sponsors on out. The proud sponsors of this event, the Slidaholics Virtual Competition, proudly sponsored by Hartman Comfort Solutions, as well as Drift Corpus, Renspec Wraps, and of course, last but not least, Seven Oaks Coffee, proudly sponsoring the event, giving a cash prize to all of these drivers. It has been a fun time hosting the event. 4 hours, 46 minutes long. It has been wild. It has been a blast. But it's time we call it. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. It's been fun. And we'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace!